Hi everyone, my name is Aidan Potts. I am the owner of Hunter Performance Centre and I'm a proud Camillo man identifying as an Aboriginal male from Tamworth, New South Wales. I'm a member of the Tamworth Aboriginal Land Council and therefore I am able to give a welcome to country. However today, because we are at the Wallsend Diggers, I am unable to give a proper welcoming, therefore I will provide an acknowledgement of country because I am not from the Awabakal land which we are lifting on this weekend. It would simply be like inviting you all into a home that I do not own, providing shelter, warmth, clothes, food. It'd all be a little bit rude if I was to actually give a welcome to country, so today it will only be an acknowledgement. Today I'll just be providing an acknowledgement to country where the Australian Powerlifting Alliance National Series will be held here at Wallsend Diggers, Newcastle. To be able to recognise our First Nations people by hosting such a prestigious event is not only significant to me, but to the rest of our community here in the Hunter. I believe that the support shown to the Australian Powerlifting Alliance by the huge participation rate, which we have for our entire national series, also recognises and celebrates that. I would like to thank all the people who have protected and preserved the land and water for both you and I. I refer to the land you live on over this weekend of competition, the land where you will lay your head, the land where you'll be hitting all your PRs. Awabakal country is the eastern lands and water of New South Wales, as north as Newcastle and as south as Lake Macquarie, covering 1,800 square kilometres. I would like to pay my respects to my elders past and present of the Awabakal country. For more than 70,000 years, the elders have hunted, fished and gathered resources to live upon these lands. It is the elders who are the ones who have allowed us to grow in a safe, rich environment to live, learn and eventually powerlift. And for that, thank you to my Awabakal brothers and sisters who have allowed us to be able to cherish these moments over this weekend ahead of the 2024 Australian Powerlifting Alliance National Series. Wishing you all the best and a very happy 9 for 9 on that platform.
Yeah. Hey guys, and welcome to session 2 of Saturday of APA Nationals. In this session, we have the 83 and 93 kilo men. And before we even start, there's already been a bit of a shake-up in the 93 kilo class with Adam Jones not making weight. He was the prohibitive favorite coming in, and unfortunately couldn't get his body weight down low enough, and he won't be lifting today, as at national events you cannot lift if you do not make weight. So must be very disappointing for Adam. Now we've got a bit of a shake-up, and it's kind of anyone's game for the win in the 93 class, which is really exciting for all the men competing today. Also in the 83 kilo class, Bren Cruz pulled out due to injury. He was definitely in the running for a podium position. So again, that just opens things up for the boys who made it today. Unfortunately, Bren suffered an injury in his training within the last week and wasn't able to make it today. I begin today by acknowledging the Awabakal people, the traditional custodians of the land where the 2024 Australian Powerlifting Alliance National Series is held, and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. I extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today.
Can you do
Kilo men is Amir Brown with 210 kilo squat, should be beginning shortly. Amir is a lifter out of Adonis Athletics and coach at Paddington branch.
Thanks. Do we know what Adam and at this morning?
His first attempt of making weight, he was 900 grams over, which is a lot to lose within an hour. So I don't know how close he got on his second attempt, but 200 grams.
Oof.
He was within 200 grams, so didn't really get particularly close, which is disappointing. But
Is this the first time for Adam, would you say?
I know for sure that he does cut it close a lot, so I'm not sure if he's missed before. But yeah, obviously at a national level, you aren't allowed to compete if you don't make it. So I'm sure he be very disappointed. He was walking back to his car with all of his bags, looking pretty sad.
It's going to be interesting to see how the 93 field opens up after that, then see what the boys capitalize upon and see what how that changes coaches' game day, you know, the plans that they take and, you know, do they go for the record or do they go for personal best or how far is the field ahead and behind?
Yeah, that's right. And we've already seen so many upsets this weekend with, the 66ers and the 74s and even the 69s. That's great to see. So here's Amir with 210. So we expect our lifters to open something quite conservative and cruisy. So we should see some fast bar speed coming up for these men with their first attempts. It's probably a little bit slower than what we would like for an opener, but I'm sure there's quite a few kilos in the tank. Oftentimes you will see lifters not quite nail their first attempt due to nerves or, just being in an unfamiliar environment, which is why it's even more important to open very light because you've never been in this environment before, perhaps. There's different people sitting in front of you. There's different people spotting and loading you. And it does change how, people can mentally approach a lift. So, yeah, very, very important to open really light. Up next, we have David Bien with 220 kilos. Wait, 215 kilos? Sorry, we have Kyle McKay with 215 kilos.
Looks like there's been a bit of a technical skip in the list. Just going to make that adjustment.
It's Kyle. It's supposed to be Kyle. It's supposed to be Kyle. Okay, we've got Kyle coming up next. Just a bit of an issue with the computers. Easy fix. Bar is loaded for Kyle. Should be coming out any moment. Okay, we just got to adjust the rack height again.
This is a part of game day. Sometimes it's really important that these lifters stay focused, stay in their zone, let out that white noise.
Yeah, it's interesting in training. You can go whenever you want. You know, you can have 5 minutes between sets or 15 minutes if you want. But on competition day, when it's your turn, you only have a 60-second clock and you just have to go. And a lot of people don't really take that into account, that, you know, you need to be prepared at all times.
Absolutely.
So here comes Kyle with 215. Very tall for an 83.
Long legs.
Referee's not quite happy with his starting position, so we'll probably see a red light on this right-hand side. Squat looked easy enough. See what the referees say.
Got a better look at that replay angle.
3 red lights. One for depth, one for not being upright, and I'm not sure what the other one was for. Hopefully he can come back and make that on the next attempt. Definitely got the strength for it, but not quite the execution that we're looking for. And a lot of lifters who are coming to their first national competition experience some difficulties adjusting to the new refereeing standard. It can be very different to a local meet. Don't get away with a lot, and you got to execute at a very high level. Next up's David VN with 220.
Also look like Kian is solo coaching. Doesn't have a handler today. Who's just passed? Kian. Kyle.
Very comfortable walkout. Looks good to me. See what the referees say. 3 white lights. Referee's very happy with that, just like me. It's always nice when you agree with the referees, when you say.
Can you imagine if you said that's looking a little bit high and then they give him a white light? It ain't looking good.
That'll probably happen today. I am wrong very often. Next up, we have Donovan Cheng with 220. Same bar load as David.
Loaded for Donovan. Let's go, Donovan.
So the way powerlifting works, the bar must always rise within a round. So you'll notice that we started at 210, we're now at 220. Heaviest opener today is, I believe, James Lee with 260. So all of those lifters are 83s. Look great to me. See what the referees say. 3 white lights, they were happy. Like I said before, we do expect some pretty fast bar speed on these opening attempts. And, you know, as we get towards our second and thirds, we begin to get the bar to slow down a little bit and we get towards our limit. So the opener's there to really help the lifter build confidence, you know, get used to the surrounding environment and, you know, leave a lot of room in the tank and give the coach options. Give the coach more options. The lighter that we open, the more options we have for how big we want to jump. If we open too heavy, we limit our options. And, you know, as we've seen this weekend, stuff happens in powerlifting comps that is unexpected. So if you leave yourself open to more decisions or the possibility of more decisions, you leave yourself in a better chance to compete at the end.
And play the day.
That's right. 235 here for Tyler for his opener. Looked very comfy out of the rack. Depth looked good. Very smooth coming back up. So a really nice opening attempt from Tyler. Hopefully the referees agree with me. They do.
He's rocking the Jordans. Give him an extra tick.
Yeah, do we get a 4th light over here on the commentary team?
4th light from us.
Next up, Aiden Potts actually the meet director for this weekend, provided all the equipment for the venue himself from his gym Hunter Performance Center as my sandwich arrives. Potsy opening with 237.5. Very strong squatter, in particular, very fast squatter. You see, he'll move weights like this very, very quick.
It's going to be really important for Potsy today to really build up that subtotal as best he can. It's quite a competitive class.
Yep.
He's got a big pool,
Yep.
but every kilo counts.
Huge deadlift. The more he squats and benches, the less he has to deadlift.
Less pressure he puts on that.
That's right. Very, very nice looking opener there for Mr. Potts. 3 white lights from the referees, and he is on the board. So as I mentioned, the openers are there for getting used to the platform around us, for giving our coach options, and for building confidence. The second attempt is what we use as an indicator for how much we've got left for the third attempt, and then the third attempt is where we really put the icing on the cake for that particular discipline. As these weights get heavier, bar will start to slow down, and we'll start to get closer to these lifters' limits. We'll start to see how far they can push themselves. And it's all about pushing yourself as far as possible without going over. It's like the price is right.
The price is right. We now have Kelvin, also coached by Aiden Potts, who just was on the platform today. He's going to be handled by
Benny Roberts?
Benny Roberts from HUC.
240 for Kelvin. Be looking somewhere in the 260s today in this third. Very, very fast looking opener there for Kelvin.
Kelvin's really grown into this weight class very nicely. He's gone up a class and you've seen him have an excellent couple of preps, excellent couple of comps, creating great momentum into this day. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes with the top dogs.
It's always nice to see when lifters do make a lot of progress after going up, because it validates the decision, and it tells you that it's a good decision to go up a class when you are, almost immediately more competitive as well. It's not just about being stronger, but it's about being stronger relative to what your competition is as well. Kyle with 240 on his opener. A little bit slower than what we would like for an opener. But as I mentioned before with Amir, could be a combination of nerves or, unfamiliar surroundings. So hopefully that's the case and he's got plenty left in the tank. Did still look like he could do quite a bit more, but we'll see how much more.
Yeah.
Next up, Matthew Leong with 250. Now we're starting to get towards the top end of this round, of this flight. We've got 6 lifters between 250 and 260 today. So we're going to see some enormous squats from some pretty small men.
It's going to be interesting to see how big of a jump they take in between those.
Very cruisy looking walkout from Matt. Nice and deep. Pretty smooth. Very white lights. Plenty left in the tank there for Matthew. Next up, we have Kana. Kana coming out of City Strength HQ, coached by John Tran. I've seen a lot of Kana's training up close this prep. He's looking good.
It's his first nationals, right?
It is his first nationals. He came second at New South Wales States to Ewan Belgrove, who actually moved up to the 93s. So, Kana has every chance to certainly get on the podium, maybe a chance to win today. So he'll be looking to get some cruisy kilos on the total with the squat here just to begin. Start off his day right. He also weighed in very light, only 81.4, which gives him the bodyweight advantage over these other lifters. And he is a big deadlifter, so very deep looking squat from Kana. Lots of kilos in the tank there. So with the bodyweight thing, if you are lighter than your competitors, you do not have to beat their total. You only have to equal their total. And that's particularly a good advantage in a situation where you deadlift last, because you know the exact total you need. You just have to equal it. So Kana could potentially have that option later on in the day when we get to deadlift. So next up, Jonathan Caruso.
From South Australia.
From South Australia.
Competed at SA States. He was one of the few who did end up competing.
I don't actually think he's from South Australia. I think he just competed at South Australia. He is? Okay, he is from South Australia. Steph was right. I'm sorry.
Price is right.
He has hit some really, really big totals in knee wraps in the GPC and Cabo in the past. So we'll see how he goes today in the sleeves and in the combo rack. But he's a very, very strong guy with every chance to get on the podium today, every chance to win. See if he can execute. 255 for his opener. A little bit slower than we would like. Let's see what the referees say. 2 white lights, one red for depth. Hopefully he can rectify that on his next attempt. Should be quite a little bit left in the tank there, but not as much as some of these other guys.
It's going to be interesting to see as we continue to jump up into those second and third attempts, because we always know that speed is relative, right? That might be something that he always moves at. So there's obviously that element of nerves, like you said, a new environment, but maybe this is how he always squats.
That's absolutely true. And that's up to the lifter and the coach to understand that about the particular individual.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Jonathan could be a slow lifter. We know Potsy's definitely a fast lifter, so that comes into the calculations when picking the numbers at the end.
Absolutely.
So it's all about whether lifters and coaches know themselves and know what's left in the tank.
Yep.
Next up, Ian Burns, 255 as well. Been following Ian's prep. He's looking very strong. Referee's not quite happy with his starting position. Not quite upright enough through the hips and the knees. So he'll have 14 seconds. He's got 13 seconds left to assume a starting position.
We saw this a lot yesterday. The rucks are being
We
really...
got 5 seconds. And probably he's going to time out here. And unfortunately, Ian has timed out. It's 2 white lights for Ian. I'm not quite sure what happened there. The timer was at 0. So perhaps Chief Referee thought there was still time on the clock and he's been given the lift. So I think that's a little bit lucky there for Ian, but he'll take it and he'll move on to his second attempt. Next up, we've got James Lee at 260. James, a very big squatter, very big bench presser, and just recently becoming a much better deadlifter. Deadlift was a thing that has held him back in the past, but it's turning it into a strength. So that could be what takes him the 83 kilo champion title today. We will see how the day plays out.
I know James wants that invitation again back to Worlds. He really wants another opportunity to represent, and he's got some hot competition wanting that same spot. So today, every kilo counts, every single attempt counts. So these two boys, especially in the top 2, going to be gunning.
James is a very calm lifter. Always takes his time, as you can see here.
Still got 20 seconds.
Using up all of the clock he's got available to him. So the clock does count down till 60 seconds, and that clock does stop when the referee gives you the squat command. So he's still got 10 seconds to get that squat command. Yes, the squat command with 5 seconds left. Buries it. And smokes it on the way up. Very good start from James Lee. 3 white lights. And that was the end of the first round. So now we go back up to the start of the group for round 2. I believe it will be Amir Brown. Or perhaps Kyle. It will be Kyle with 215, repeating the weight he did on the first attempt. Now, he didn't miss this on strength. He did stand up quite comfortably. He just didn't quite assume the correct starting position. And I think he got 1 red for depth as well. So we'll see if he can rectify those mistakes here on his second attempt. Gets the squat command a lot quicker that time. So this bodes well for him. Nice and comfortable coming back up. Very nice job adjusting to these standards here at Nationals by Kyle. 3 white lights for him, and he's on the board.
This is something that we're going to see a lot today, Hayes. I reckon whether or not coaches are going to make the decision to repeat load or take the risk and jump up. We saw it pay off in the morning session, and sometimes it worked against. So It's going to be interesting to see the choices these coaches make.
Yeah, and it does change the way the day goes, because you expect to just come in and nail your opener and almost have like 1 or 2 decisions for the second attempt, but then you have to change that up, and it changes up the whole plan. It will obviously depend on where the lifter is placed among the field. Lifters who are needing every kilo for the win likely take a jump from a missed first attempt if it's a technicality. Whereas the lifters who play their own game are kind of more inclined to just repeat it. So here's Amir with 222.5, 12.5 kilo jump from his opener. Fortunately, not there today. We did think his opener was a little bit heavy, and we were proven right there. He will have another chance to make it on his third attempt, but yeah, probably just expecting a little bit too much out of the day and opening a little bit heavy. Hopefully he can come back and nail that on the third. Next up, Donovan Cheng has jumped from 220 to 232.5, so the same size jump as Amir. See how he handles those extra kilos on the barbell.
He's all smiles. He's excited.
Another note is the difference in psychology in lifters as they come on the platform. Some people come out like Donovan and smiling and laughing. He's still got a smile on his face getting under the bar. And there's other people like James who are very, very cool and calm, steady. And there are other lifters who you're going to see who are going to get really hyped. So very important that the lifter themselves finds the appropriate arousal state and mental state for themselves. And that comes with trial and error. And unfortunately, Donovan wasn't able to handle that 12.5 kilo jump either. Just like Amir, we've got a no lift on the second attempt. And he will have a chance, just like Amir, to come back and make those 12.5 kilos up on his third attempt.
And the bar is loaded. Let's go, David.
And we've got David VN coming up. 20 kilo jump from his opener at 220. So 240 on the bar for David. $20 is a pretty sizable jump. Personally, I do like big jumps. I think the lifter stays fresher for longer, has more energy left for the final deadlift, which is very important. It can often decide the fate of the competition. Looked a little bit borderline on depth on that one from Donovan. We'll see what the referees say.
See that side angle replay.
Solid second hit. Well done, David.
And he got 3 white lights, so maybe I'm the harsh referee now all of a sudden. Kelvin Tran, 10 kilo jump, 240 to 250. Believe his PB is 257.5 in competition. I know for sure he's done 255 in training. So he could be looking for a equal PB or a 2.5 kilo PB on his third. When you get to competition like this, where the goal is to win and the competition is close, people often forego PBs to lock in kilos in the total.
Mm-hmm.
You may see a lot of lifters not opting to take the PB when they, perhaps take an equal PB or a little bit less to lock in those kilos in the total.
Yep.
Because today's the only day you can become a national champion. You can hit a PB any day of your life. Sucked that and smoked it. 250 for Kelvin and 3 white lights.
Yeah.
How do you say 3 white lights in Spanish?
Tres luces blancas.
Love that. Can we add that to the stream?
It is. Forever. On YouTube.
Immortalized. Next up, Tyler Edmondson.
And the bar is
15 kilo jump from 235 to 250.
It's good to see 2 greens. Someone getting their second attempt. Hopefully those 2 gents who started us off can shake it off, come back, reset, get it on their third.
Tyler will be followed by Aiden, Kyle, Matt, Jonathan, Ian, Kana, and James. Really big squatters in the 83 kilo class. Very impressive. Good to see. Some fly Jordans on. Does Tyler? That one looked right on the line of depth as well. We'll see if what the referees think. I think that one was a little bit borderline. And I'm wrong again. 3 white lights.
Up next is Aiden Potts.
It's guaranteed. It's pretty hard from this angle to see exactly. And the wider the stance, something that we saw with some really wide stance squatters, the angle is much steeper to gauge from a particular point.
You don't have to give me credit. I'm happy to be wrong. Aiden Potts, 252.5. 15 kilo jump from his opener. Nice sizable jump. Hoping to continue to build his total today. Like we mentioned before, Aiden's a very big deadlifter, probably the biggest deadlifter in the group, which means he will have the chance to decide his fate at the end of the competition. In his best interest to build the biggest subtotal he can.
Looks really nice squat
Very
there.
nice 252 for Mr. Potts.
He stayed nice and forward with it over the middle of his foot.
Stayed balanced, pushed through his legs. Really good squat. 3 white lights there from Mr. Potts.
He's
Being
good
coached
man.
by Matt Bartholomew. Who's that guy?
Is my fiance. Here you go. Who's Matt? Who's Matt to you?
Some joker.
Your coach.
Coaching.
Bar is low for Kyle. Let's go, Kyle.
Next, Kyle Conquest Hope. 255. 15 kilo jump.
Kyle also looks like we don't always gauge the deadlifter by the opener. We talk about how they finish, not just how they start, but Kyle also looks like he's a hefty deadlifter with an opener of 280, the second largest opener behind Potsy, who we just saw. So could be in a similar scenario where he's looking to gain as many kilos in that subtotal. Take the pressure off that one.
So Kyle's opener was quite hard. And he's nailed that one. I think, again, a little bit on the borderline of depth. We'll see what the referees say. Oftentimes when lifters move slowly on the way down, you give the referees a longer chance to look at it. And oftentimes that can result in red lights. But not in that instance. Again, me being wrong. I think we're just sitting at a bad angle. What do you think?
Yes, I think so. You can see the side refs, Greta and Sarah, both national refs, really having to move around the spotters to get that clear angle.
Matt Leung, 15 kilo jump. I think that's the 4th 15 kilo jump in a row.
Matt's really getting around this one already.
Yeah, we can start to see the lifters' hype start to change a little bit from 1st to 2nd to 3rd. Yeah, we don't need a lot of arousal when the weights are lighter, but when they are, sometimes people need to really amp it up a little bit. We'll start to see that. That's good. A little bit of a fight through the middle, bit of work there for the legs.
He did a good job of getting behind it, kind of fell a little bit forward, but he brought it back, had to fight hard,
Yep.
stay with that.
We'll probably see quite a small jump, probably 5 or 7.5 kilos going to the next one. Next up, Jonathan Caruso, 10 kilo jump for Jonathan. We did mention that his opener was slow. And we did get 1 red for depth as well. 10 kilo jump is quite small at this kind of a load. So that's probably a good call, nice and conservative. As always, a made lift is better than a missed lift, even if it's less than what you wanted. So we'll see how he handles this extra 10 kilos.
I think it's really important for lifters to play their own day, even though it's a competitive field. It can be, especially when you're amongst so many big squatters, it can be easy for coaches and lifters to have that desire to want to push to be even more competitive. But you really want to be able to play to your strengths and understand that it's better to make a lift, conserve kilos, than to go too far.
That's right, Steph. So just taking a little bit of a while to get a squat command. Hasn't been able to get one, and it's only got 9 seconds on the clock now. He's probably going to time out here. Fortunately for Jonathan, this will be no lift. And he's still stuck on his opener of 255. He will have another chance to perhaps retake 265 or take a jump on his 3rd. We will see what Coach Jacob Sofianos decides to do.
Yeah, so exactly what you said earlier, Hayes. The lifters have a full minute, 60 seconds from when they're given the access to the platform to start their squat. It is a long time, but if you have an elaborate setup, it can work against you, especially if you've given that re-rack call. You have to compromise that.
Yeah, I like to teach lifters to have a repeatable process that gives them probably 2 chances at getting a squat command. If they don't get one initially, they can start the whole thing again and not time out. Ian 270, 15 kilo jump.
Let's see if he gets an early call on the knees and hips this time.
So Ian didn't get a squat call until late last time. It was nice and smooth through the middle there of his 2nd attempt. A little bit left in the tank there. Good lift from Ian, I think. Waiting on the lights. So with the light system we have here at APA Nationals, there's sometimes a bit of a lag between the phone because it's on Wi-Fi And
What would be that that yellow for? Do you reckon? And that red.
perhaps not achieving the correct starting position. So the chief referee is actually obliged to give a squat command if the other two referees have put their hands down because it's majority rules on the platform, and they can just then give them a red light.
Yeah.
So if the two side referees are happy, the chief referee must give a start
Cool.
or a squat call, and then they can just red light it for
Kind of taking a big 20-kilo jump.
Kana 20-kilo jump. Opener was great. Definitely plenty of room. I know he did 265 for a triple in training. Training's been great. Didn't have to cut weight. Very, very nice looking 275.
He's looking good.
This battle between James and Kana, I believe, will be really, really hot from start to finish. We're going to see every made lift of massive importance. So we've got James Lee coming up with 280.5 for a new APA Open 83 kg record. Now, the reason you take the 0.5 is because it forces your competitor to do half a kilo extra or a whole 2.5 kilos extra if the record isn't available to them on the final deadlift for the win.
That game day chip strategy.
So half a kilo may not seem like a lot, but it can mean lifters have to push 2.5 kilos. So these chips are very important. Kana will have a chance to get a chip back here on squat as well. So we'll see what John Tran puts in for Kana's third attempt squat. He's put in 290.5, which will get the chip back from James. And the reason he's also got a half kilo increment is because Kana has a lighter body weight. If Kana had a heavier body weight than James, I'm sure that John would have put in 291 to give him that half a kilo up.
Yeah, James is an absolute character. You can see he's really comfortable out there. Even though he's serious and calm, he doesn't, he internalizes that quite well, I feel. He's comfortable out there. As you can see, he's taken the full minute, no issues. He's still got 20 seconds, and yeah.
And again, goes back on to what we said before about the lifter themselves finding what the optimal arousal and mental state is for themselves. And that's something that comes with trial and error. I know personally I've tried to be too hyped in the past and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So here we go, James. Australian record. Bit of work through the middle there.
But he stays with it well.
Probably a little bit harder than he would have wanted for a second attempt, but definitely some room left in the tank for another jump. So we'll see what TN puts on the bar for James's third. So now we're on to the third round of squats. As I mentioned before, the third round is where we really start to push. You can only go away with your heaviest squat. But if you miss, you get stuck with whatever your previous heaviest squat was. So we'll see lifters trying to flirt between the line of what's the true max without going over. The price is right. Amir Brown.
Phrase. That's going to be the phrase of this team.
The load is right. Amir Brown, 222.5. Missed this on his second attempt. See if he can lock this one in.
He does
got the strength for it. We'll see if he's hit depth. Can't really see from where I'm sitting. And he's got 3 white lights. Amir able to come back from a missed second attempt. So as I was saying before, lifters can often miss or mis-execute, and it's not always a strength issue. A lot of the times it is, but there are often other ways we can mis-execute where we are unable to get a lift that we do have the strength for and then come back and hit it. So,
yeah.
I was talking about Amir's attempt selection being perhaps too heavy before, but that second attempt was clearly a misgroup and perhaps he could have done a little bit more. Up next, Kyle Mackay. 215 to 227 jump. Obviously, he missed his opener on some technicalities, retook it, and he's taken 12.5. So you can see how he handles that 12.5 kilo jump. Definitely looked a lot more comfortable with the strictness of the rule set we have here under the IPF rules. At a national event, obviously, things get a little bit stricter. He handled that a lot better on his second attempt. Let's see how he goes here. Very deep and very smooth. Was probably his planned second attempt.
Yeah.
He played it safe and made sure he nailed it, and he did. And 3 white lights. Two white lights.
We got it. Well done, Kyle. We have Donovan coming out to spot the third final, 232.5, and the bar is loaded for Donovan.
Donovan coming out to 232.5. Retaking his missed second attempt. Just like Amir, hopefully he can come back and nail it. Let's hope it was a mis-execution and not just too heavy. The other thing that goes into game day strategy is comparing your training to what you're going to be doing on the platform. So if you have to cut weight, you have to take that into account. If you were potentially squatting high or not pausing your bench presses, you have to take that into account with your comp plan. It's not just about the strength you have in training. Very deep. And he's put up through the middle there really nicely.
He'd be very
And
happy with that.
that is going to be a good lift for Donovan, hopefully. 3 white lights, and it is. Good stuff from Donovan. Again, not a strength issue on the second attempt, just a misgroove, which is great. So he'll go home with a 232.5 squat, adding an extra 12.5 to his subtotal. Next up, David Vien. Jumped 20 kilos to his second attempt, and he's jumped 10 to his third, going for the round milestone number of 250. See how he handles his extra 10 kilos on the bar. Quarter century. And he's fought through the middle really nicely. Let's see if the referees liked it as much as I did. Did you like that one, Steph?
I did. I also like that your prediction was what they like too.
Referees say 3 white lights.
Loading bar to 257.5 for Tyler.
Tyler Edmondson, 7.5 kilo jump from his second attempt. Pretty small jump. But like I said earlier, we want to be ensuring that we're locking kilos into the total. You can't go home with a missed lift. You only get credit for the ones you make. So it's important that you make. Much rather do 5 kilos less than possible than risking missing and getting stuck with the second attempt. So we'll see how Tyler goes with the 7.5 kilo jump.
As a mouth guard.
As a mouth guard. If you want to...
I know a lot of lifters like to use that for... There's been some research into what a mouth guard can offer for creating tension through the jaw.
You need to buy a mouth guard, citystrength.com.au. He stood up nicely with it. Probably did have a little bit more, like I was saying, but played it conservative, locked in 3 squats. Very important and a great start to the day for Tyler. 257 kilos in the bag.
One to watch for with the deadlift as well. Also like Potts opening up at 285 kilos.
Which makes it extra important to lock in the kilos earlier. The more you squat and bench press, the less you have to deadlift later in the day. Which can be the difference between
1 and 2 kilos.
1 and 2 on the podium, or 1 and 3. We saw the 69 kilo class just gone. 1 and 3 was separated by 3 kilos. And the lifter who came first was the only one out of those 3 who made all of her third attempts.
Wow.
So very, very important that we take what's there in the day, play the conditions, pick the right numbers, stay objective about our decision making.
Absolutely.
7.5 kilo jump for Mr. Aiden Potts. This will be an equal competition PB for Aiden.
I know this is important for him.
And I think this will set him up nicely for a good day. He smoked it.
I'm going to say it right now. Matty B made a great selection. You know Aiden very well with his lifting. He is a lifter who does look quick even until the very top end. So he's one of those cases where it may look easy, but the drop-off is there.
Yeah, I do think there was probably 2.5 left in the tank there. But it's probably not worth the risk like we were saying with Kyle there. So really good start from Aiden. He will be every chance at a podium position if he can go 6 from 6. So he's 3 for 3 now. He's done half the job. He's got 3 benches to make, and then it's anyone's game. Kelvin Tran, 10 kilo jump. This will be a PB for him. a little bit more than he's done in training. He looked quite comfortable under 250. I'm excited to see how this one goes. Kelvin's a young lifter on the up and coming. Definitely going to be a threat for the 83s in very near future.
Big bench press from Kelvin too.
He's quite well-rounded lifter. He's still got room to grow into the class. And he has absolutely smoked that one. 260 kilos, looking very, very cruisy for Kelvin. 3 white lights from the referees. Really good lifting there from Kelvin. Probably did have a little bit more, but did what he needed to. Jonathan has taken a 5 kilo jump, so unfortunately timed out on his second attempt. His opener was quite hard. This is a little bit of a risk, and this is one of those risks that if he makes this, hang on a second, Kyle's up next.
That still applies for the next lifter.
Kyle 260, he took a 5 kilo jump. So his second was quite hard. 5 kilo jump is quite small. If he can add 5 kilos to his total here, this could be huge for him. And unfortunately, a little bit too heavy for him today. But the good thing about a miss like that, where you know you're not going to get it as soon as you hit the hole, is you don't actually waste any energy. You don't sink the tank by fighting for a miss. And it's only 5 extra kilos to his total, so wasn't going to make a huge difference for him. So he bailed probably at the right time, nice and early.
Yep.
And he'll save his juice for his benches and his deadlifts.
Something that often gets overlooked, there's always that intrinsic desire to want to push hard, but it's important to know when to pull back and think of the next 6 lifts you got ahead of you.
Yeah, if it was a squat-only comp or if squats were last, then he probably would have given that a bit more juice. Jonathan Caruso, 5 kilo jump from his second attempt, which he actually timed out of. His opener was quite hard at 255. The confidence to jump from a miss shows that the lifter is very comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And often you'll see that from experienced lifters. They know how much they've got in the tank.
Yep.
Jonathan's been lifting a long time. He probably has a very good gauge on what he's got left. So there he goes here. 270. And he did a nice little drop into the hole that time, which he didn't do on his opener. So we'll see what the referees say. He did get 1 red for depth on his opener. We'll see what the referees say here.
He fought very hard there the whole time.
Did very well through the middle of that one. Waiting on the referees. Unfortunately, 3 red lights for depth. So he'll be left with his opener of 255. So that 5 kilo jump perhaps was the difference between a make or a miss there from the second or third. Maybe, maybe not. We'll actually never know. Can only speculate. Next up, Matthew Liang, 272.5. A 7.5 kilo jump from his second, which was a bit of work. I did say he'd probably jump 5 to 7.5. He's opted for the heavier of those 2 options. We will see how it looks. He has done an outstanding job fighting through the middle of that. Matthew Leong, 272.5, 600-pound squat, and it's 3 white lights, and he is hyped.
I'm assuming that was a personal best. It's got to be.
I'm assuming that was a lot of things.
A lot of things, a lot of emotions. I mean, his coach looks absolutely wrapped as well. And look, he had to fight hard on his second as well. He backed it up, had another hard third in him. That always just goes to show that what we talked about, speed isn't always the same for each person. And he's a good example of that.
That's right, Steph. So when you do 2 hard attempts of squat, I think it can sap a little bit of the energy for deadlift. So we'll see how Matt goes on deadlifts. Perhaps he needs to pull down what he thought he would be able to do today.
Yep.
Or perhaps that's just how he lifts and he's going to still have what he thought he had today. But we'll see if that comes into the calculations. So Ian's going to re-rack the bar. He wasn't happy with where it was on his back. The timer actually hasn't started, so I'm not sure what's going on here.
I think it's a matter of the weights being incorrect.
I think we have a misload. Yes, we do. We had 292 on the bar instead of 277.5. So Ian will be given his minute again once the bar is loaded. So that's a bit of an error there from the spotting team. But that's okay. It happens. What?
Oh, never mind. It's all good. This is one of those tests on Ian's composure and his maturity, being able to come back from that, being able to stay settled and go for it again. It can really rattle a person. So we'll see how he goes here, bringing it all back together, thinking about the lift ahead.
So 277.5 for Ian. 7.5 kilo jump. He handled 270 quite well. I know he's done 275 in training. Well, he did a really good job to hold his position through the middle there, but didn't quite have the strength in the legs to finish it off. Valiant attempt there for Ian. Unfortunately, he'll be left with his second attempt at 270, which is currently still the fourth heaviest squat of the 83. So he's certainly not out of the count, but that will make his job a little bit harder for the rest of the day. Next up, Kana with a 15.5 kilo jump. Nice big jump, which again means confidence. Kana has a lot of it.
And it's a little bit of a chip to make a new national record to
So,
beat what James should do.
as we were mentioning earlier, James had the chip at 280.5. Because Kana's lighter, he only has to do the same chip to get the same advantage, which is why James is elected to go for 291. Now, if James's coach put in 290.5 as well, and Kana made his attempt, it would have automatically been bumped up to 291. So actually what I would have done is put in 290.5, because if Kana missed, you're doing half a kilo extra.
Yeah.
Anyway, here comes Kana. His second was great, 275. Looked better than I've ever seen him squat. This was his 275 was his third attempt at States in October.
Now it's a matter of the experience. Can he stay settled?
Yeah, this is Kana's only third comp. Looks heavy on the back. Done a good job getting a nice starting position there. He's done a great job fighting through the middle there. Let's see what the referees say. It looked pretty good to me. That is a huge lift and a new Australian record with 290.5. James will have a chance to take that record back that he only held for 14 minutes. Now maybe Kana can perhaps hold it for 1. And James has a chance to take a half kilo lead on the competition and also get his record back here with this next attempt. This will also set James up really well. An extra 10 kilos on his total gives him extra 10 kilos of chances
I
to
also
win.
believe this is a competition best for James.
Yeah, it is. I believe his best is 282.5. So this will be 283.
I know in training he hit 300.
He hit 290 squat, 300 deadlift, I believe.
You're right. You're correct.
So this is 1 kilo up of what he did in training, which looked good. We'll see if the weight cut, and he's almost knocked the banner over. The spotting and learning team did a great job getting it back standing.
Catching on all fronts.
We mentioned here, James, very, very in his own head, in a relaxed and meditative way when he approaches the bar. I'm sure there's a fire burning going on inside his brain.
He knows he has to get this. This could be the difference, quite literally, between winning and not. That's how tight it is in this race.
Very important lift. Probably the most important lift of the day so far in this weight class. Looks very comfortable under there. Gets his balance really well. Thunk it and wasn't quite strong enough for 291 today. So Kana has a 10 kilo lead over James, which could prove pivotal in this matchup.
Unfortunately, he just fell right back into that heel from the minute the push-up.
Yeah, I think it looked like he went a little bit deeper than usual.
Yeah,
Which
and that
perhaps
can
could have
set you back
shifted his
there.
balance. Yep. So that's the 83 kilo squats done.
I know he'll be disappointed in that, but it puts the pressure on. He does have a good bench, does have a good deadlift, but he needs to bring it there
Yeah, he will have to put himself in a position
to pull heavy.
for Kana to need a heavy pull.
Yeah, true.
That's what we're looking at here is how far can he push Kana? Can he push Kana past the Price is Right? And can the price be wrong?
We're now entering into the 93 kilo men's straight into their first attempts. Obviously, as we discussed earlier, a very different looking flight, nonetheless, still competitive, and there's still a whole stack of men looking to get onto the podium. It's going to be interesting to see if Ewan's going to push that world record squat today.
So when the APA put up that post about the world record squat, Ewan was in the 83s. Now he's in the 93s. I believe the world record's 336.5.
And you think that's a bit up beyond reach?
I don't think he'll have that today. I would predict somewhere around 320, which would still give him a great chance at getting on the podium or perhaps winning today. So first off, I've got William Freudenstein, 210 kilo opener. Quite a tall 93 here.
Legs for days.
You will see that the guys who are taller are often better deadlifters,
And
often worse built for squatting with the long legs. They have a lot more work to do.
the moment arm of their squat is just a lot longer. They have to go further down, lean over. Yep. But
Yeah.
he's managed well there.
So he has managed well there. 210, 3 white lights. He weighed in exactly 93, which I think is perfect.
Yes, Dempsey. And bar is loaded for Cat. Let's go, Cat.
Next up, Patrick Stubbs, 210 kilos.
Big crowd behind him today.
He is from Newcastle, so he's got a lot of friends in the crowd. Very cruisy looking opener. Really good stuff there from Pat.
Beautiful little bag, well done. Michael Harrison coming out. Same weight, 210 on the bar.
Michael with the third 210 in a row.
And the bar is loaded for Michael. Let's go, Michael.
So with Adam Jones missing weight, the three that I'm looking at for this class, Ewan, Jesse, and Dean, obviously there's a lot of lifting to go between now and the end. So someone else, or maybe perhaps two people, could pop out of the woodwork and rear their head for a podium placing. Very nice looking opener there for Michael, 210.
Correct me if I'm wrong. If those three gents, it would be the first time all three of them podium in the 93s. Because first time for Ewan, Jesse moving up in the class, same as Dean.
Yeah, you're right. It's a very new looking 93 kilo class. I believe last nationals was Adam 1, Brody Cochran 2. Sorry, Adam 1, Talon Gibbons 2, Brody Cochran 3. All three of them not competing today.
And Matt came fourth.
Matt came fourth. I think Jesse came fifth.
Yep.
Jesse's made a lot of progress since then.
Yep.
Here
He's
comes
looking
Sebastian Kratz. He's from Victoria. Coached by Aiden Potts. Got a very cute child, Bjorn. I was giving him a cuddle earlier. Very, very
Beautiful
nice looking
looking score.
225 there. Plenty of room in the tank there. That's what we like to see from openers, as I was saying before with the 83s. We want to see some fast bar speed. We want to see positioning held. We want to see confidence being built. As we saw there in the 83 group, the lifters who had really good openers were the ones that went on to make their thirds. The ones who make their thirds are the better chance at placing higher at the end of the day. So getting on the board here with a really nice opener is the way to go. Tony Mai, 235 from All In Barbell. Great coach in his own right. Made some really good progress recently. He was looking to go near 700 kilos today.
He's weighing in quite light as a 91.
Very, very nice start for Tony. That's what we like to see for opening attempts. Plenty of room, plenty of choices. Next up, Jade from House of Reps, coached by Liz Craven, 10-time national champion.
Loving the earring.
Hopefully Liz can rub some of her champion
Vibes.
energy off onto Jade here. Fist bumping every single spotter.
Love to see it. The spotters want to see these lifters get their attempts, and a lot of them often they're the first ones in the lifter's ear behind them, getting around them.
Very nice start for Jade. 240 looking really good. Yeah, you're right, Steph. The spotting is just as much about cheerleading as it is about safety. Wearing pink socks.
I love them.
We like pink socks.
I love colourful socks. We need to bring it back.
Yeah, everyone just wears boring black SPD socks.
Now, remember when everyone used to wear like food on their socks?
Next up, 240. Next up, Nick Morrison, 240.
Rocking a mullet, if any.
Great haircut, great moustache. And a great first squat. Really good start to the day for Nick. But the referees say Sarah Moore was smiling at me, so I think that was a good lift.
I think it was a great comments as well.
No point in doing commentary if you're not going to have a little bit of fun with it.
No. Speaking of spotters, we have Andrew, who was our 66 kilo champion.
Pulled for the win, 260 for the win. Give him a 636 total, 639 total, I believe.
100% off the top of my head.
Up next, Merlin Viet. Up next, Merlin Viet, one of the three Viet brothers, the only one still competing in powerlifting. Veteran of the sport, been in the sport about as long as me, about 10 years, maybe a little bit longer. Good squatter. Squat is definitely his best lift. Choosing to open with 242.5 today. Ice. Thank you for the water, Sarah Reel, if you're watching.
Refreshed.
Well, looking very comfortable on 242. Very deep, very bouncy, very nice looking squat there. 242.5. We love an aesthetic squat. Sometimes it's not about how much you squat, sometimes it's about how sexy your squat look.
It's nice to have short femurs.
And that one might have been the sexiest squat we've seen today.
Wow. Now I know what gets you going.
We need to get the camera on us again so they see my face.
Melon pick.
I was going to say something really inappropriate then, so I'll bite my tongue.
Thank you.
Joseph Wu, 245. Looking to open up his day. Look very comfortable under that load. A little bit of work through the middle there. Moved quite fast out of the hole, and then it's sort of come to a bit of a screeching halt. We'll see if that occurs on the next attempt, because that could be the sticking point for his lift, which means his coach will have to be very careful about how much load to select for the final attempt. But plenty of room left in the tank there. Keep an eye on that.
Next up,
Little
we have
sticking point.
Jesse, one of our
Next
top
up,
3 nominated.
Jesse. Best total, 762.5. Very well-rounded lifter. And in particular, his squats has been the one that's come up the most recently. He used to be a bit of a bench deadlift specialist. Now he's kind of just even across the board. Builds his totals. He makes his lifts. A very good competitor. Makes a lot of lifts. It's always 8 or 9 for Jesse. His prep's been looking good. He's been looking very solid. And the thing with Jesse is he just continually progresses comp on comp. It's always, an extra 7, an extra 10, an extra 15. We predict we see that today. Very, very nice starting squat there for Jesse. He did have a few issues at 2022 Nationals with his depth. I do believe the refereeing was quite harsh on that day. But since then, he hasn't had any issues. And he's, looks like he's lifting to the standards, which should prove to be very important for him today.
Like we said, it's all about making those lifts, especially that we know that you and Belgrove is going to come out with a big one. Is getting as many kilos as you can on your squat is going to be important so you don't overpush that deadlift or that bench press in Jesse's instance.
Yeah, and we've seen Dean's nominated opener at 315, which, if true, is huge and means that Jesse and Ewan just need to make lifts and build the biggest subtotal and force Dean to put something on the bar that's too heavy. 2.5, 2.5 for Aaron. That was smooth as butter. Very, very nice start for Aaron.
And he's looking happy with it.
He's looking very stoked. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a nice, juicy jump on the second here. Dean Sabawo from Victoria, 265 opener. As we just mentioned, he is a deadlift specialist. I think he's pulled 330 in competition, and he's done more than that in training. But because of the way that he's built with the long arms, his deadlift, his bench press does suffer. So he will be looking to build a big squat to make up for the deficiency in the bench press, and then he'll be loading whatever he needs at the end, I would imagine, for the win.
Looking focused.
It's always exciting to see when lifters have different strengths, how they play the day. It's very important that they focus on, building the total and making sure they don't have to do too much too late.
And he's rocking some connies. I think this is the first connies of the weekend that I've seen so far. It's all in detail.
An homage to Westside Barbell. Dean looking very comfy under 265.
Bit of side coaching there from Matty B.
Matty B telling him to go down, down, down. Down, down, down. Prices are down.
And I guess it leans into...
3 white lights for Dean there. 265 on the board.
He's got long legs. Sometimes that depth is hard to gauge, especially when you do have to meet it with that torso lean. It's quite hard to get everything back. Quite literally have to fold yourself.
Yeah, so we did a bit of research on this class for the podcast preview that we released last week. And Dean had some very questionable depth in his training. So I imagine that's just a reminder for him to make sure that he's doing things to the standard today.
Yep.
Ewan opening with 280. I mentioned before, he's done 320 in training, so this one will be absolutely ridiculously easy. He has had some issues with depth in the past. So I imagine that... Sorry, I keep interrupting you. I imagine that he will bury this first one and get on the judge's good side. So we'll see how this goes. Cruisy, 280. I think we'll see an Australian record squat today. What do you think?
Yeah, if he hits his depth, absolutely. It's not a matter of strength for Ewan. I'm sure that he wants to go back and get his ticket to Worlds and have a better experience. Unfortunately, bombing out last year, and he's been training hard. He's looking healthy, which is important.
Yeah, I think the decision to go up to 93 is a good one for him, particularly just for his longevity in the sport. He's been competing as an 83 since he was a sub-junior, since he was 17. And the progress he was making wasn't really as much as you would expect from someone so young.
Yep.
And I think he will start to find his position, as a real contender at Worlds over the next sort of 3 or 4 years. Michael Harris, 220, 10 kilo jump from his opener. Very good looking squat there from Michael. See what the referees say? Your red lights?
So far, the 93s have been really good in getting into that starting position straight away. Obviously, besides the hassle that comes with needing to re-rack, it's also that neural physical load that they're taking and having to re-rack, and imagining them having to re-rack over 250 kilos on their back more than what they expected. That has an impact. So these guys are looking sharp.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. High quality lifting and cruisy openers with lots of space.
And getting a quick call to start.
Yes, it is a confidence builder to find your position and then immediately have the referee say squat. If you are standing there for 3, 4, 5 seconds, it does begin to dawn on you, hey, maybe am I doing something wrong? And you start to doubt yourself a little bit. So it's important for the athlete's psychology that they get that quick starting call. Bit of work through Bit of work through 225 for Will. 15 kilo jump. We'll probably see a 5 kilo jump, maybe 7.5 towards the last one. Pat Stubbs, same attempts as Will with 225 from a 210 opener. His opener was nice and easy. Expect this one to be very smooth as well.
And the bar is loaded for Pat. Let's go, Pat.
You can see the HPC team really getting around and
Patrick Stubbs. Smooth through the middle. 225, 4 red bickies, 3 white lights. That's a lot of numbers in one sentence.
It is. Tongue twister.
Sebastian Kratz, 12.5 kilo jump, 225 to 237.5. His opener was very nice.
Sam, a very calm lifter. Sam's a really calm lifter.
Looks very comfy under the bar. Very deep, very smooth, very nice lifting there from Seb. 3 white lights. Up next, Nick Morrison going for the quarter century 250. 10 kilo jump for him. Man with the mullet. Quarter century. Lovely squatting there from Nick. Another lifter who's quite tall for this weight class. And he's got a big deadlift opener, so expect to see something big there. Up next, Tony Mai, 15 kilo jump from 235. His opener was great. See if he can push towards 260 on that third. I expect this one to be light work too.
Lifters have that full minute planning of time.
It's also worth noting that the lifter cannot step on the platform unless their equipment is on, except for their belt. The belt's the only thing they're allowed to adjust on the platform, which you just saw Tony do there. You have to have your wrist wraps done up, knee sleeves in place, socks in place, everything in place before stepping on the platform, except for your belt. 250 for Tony. Very smooth as expected. Really, really nice looking squat. Looks like he's got about 10 kilos left, so I'd love to see 260 loaded. Up next, Jade from Canberra. 12.5 kilo jump from 240 to 252.5. The man with the pink socks, coached by Elizabeth Craven. Come out and fist bump all of the spotters again. There he goes. I think he's telling, keep me safe.
That's so nice.
I don't think he's going to need it because his opener was really nice. Expect some smooth squats through the middle here for Jade. Unfortunately, a little bit too heavy on his second attempt. We may see something like what we saw with 2 of those 83s where it was just a misgroove and he'll come back and get it. Or perhaps it was a little bit too heavy. But we'll see how we go.
Yep.
Up next, Boylan V at 242.5 sexual opener. He's taking 12.5 kilo jump. Expecting some more sexiness. This next one.
Merlin MVP of the day for Alex. Yeah, with Jade, it might just be an instance of coming back, having a reset and something technical, getting back into that toe, getting forward with it. He's in good hands with Liz. Merlin being handled by Leo, our under 74 kilo champion. Had a monster day himself, really a technician. That is a beautiful looking squat, super bouncy.
I haven't said anything for the last minute because I was just admiring the squat.
You were speechless.
Next over next for 257.5 on the bar.
Up next is Joseph with 257.5, 12.5 kilo jump from his opener.
Joseph, a big bencher with opener of 170 kilos. So he'll be looking to push that subtotal for every kilo he can get. He makes good work of it.
Really nice looking second attempt there.
He got through that upper sticking point a little bit better than the first time. Sometimes a little bit more weight in the back lets you sink it, stack a bit more.
Yeah, perhaps he just grooved it better as well. Stayed more balanced, able to push through the legs the whole time.
Yep.
We'll see what kind of jump he adds for the third. I would predict around about 10 kilos. He's jumped 12.5, so same jump again. So we'll see 270 attempt from Joseph, which is exciting. Jesse with 260. His best in competition is 267.5, so he'll be looking to best that and get into the 270s today. But obviously the important thing here is making lifts and building that total, as we've mentioned 20,000 times already on the stream. Building that total gives you the best chance to win.
Let's go, Jesse. Let's go.
Very nice looking second attempt. Definitely some kilos in the tank, which we will see be added by Coach TN.
He also looked very comfortable in that bottom end, really able to stay into his position, just kept on moving through, no problems. That's kind of the position that we want to be in coming into these seconds. They want to be challenging, but there should still be more in the tank to give.
Yeah, that's right. We want it to be heavy enough that we get a close indication of what's left, but not so heavy that we gas ourselves out for the third. Jesse's taking 10 kilo jump there to 270. So we've got a couple of lifters already nominating 270 as their third.
Aaron here taking 270 for his second.
270 for Aaron's second. His opener was really nice. He was stoked with it. And unfortunately, a little bit overzealous with the attempt selection there on the second.
I think he just fell a little bit forward, to be honest, to start off with. Looks like he came a little bit too quickly, and actually the body's going to want to shift you back into the opposite direction to keep you balanced. So bit of a 2 forward to 2 heely situation there. Maybe just a technical adjustment, and he can get on the third.
Perhaps he can adjust there and get a made lift at the end.
It's also interesting, you know, we talked a little bit about like the state of arousal potentially came out a little bit too excited. Obviously, he was stoked with that first. Can have an impact in your calmness for the next.
Dean Sabawo, 275, just a 10 kilo jump. His opener looked pretty cruisy. Definitely more in the tank. But as we mentioned for Dean, the importance is making lifts. And building that big subtotal. The more he gets on his subtotal, the less he will have to deadlift for the win at the end. Assumed a nice starting position quicker that time. Look deep to me. See what the referees say. 2 white lights. 2's all you need. And that was for depth. Oh, sorry, it was 3 white lights.
3 white lights.
I always say 3 white lights is a waste of energy because all you need is 2.
Just got to skank your hip up a little bit more.
Yeah, just squat high on one side.
Leave a bit of anxiety in there. You know, why not? Who wants to live it on the safe side? Live on the edge. Is it a red? Is it a white?
As a coach or lifter, it's actually so anxiety-inducing looking and waiting for the lights, not knowing if you're going to get it. Like, you should be pretty confident if you come off the platform, if you've finished the lift, that it's a success. Ewan Belgove, 300 kilos, the first 300 kilo squat of the weekend.
And a national record attempt.
This will be a national record attempt. I believe this is equal to his best squat in competition. I know he's done 320 in training. I think he's done 300 for 3 reps in training. We'll see how he goes today without having to cut weight. Yes, very, very nice. We'll see if the referees like the depth. I mentioned earlier, Ewan's depth has been an issue for him, but not an issue there. 3 white lights for him. Would love to see something juicy loaded for the third. I think we'll probably see around 315. We go third attempts now. We're going to start to see the boys push it. We're going to start to see some blood pressure rise. We're going to start to see some red faces. We're going to start to see some slow bars. We're going to perhaps start to see some misses as well.
These lifters are absolutely pushing for every kilo that they can, which comes with the territory. Sometimes you see more misses than white lights. So,
yeah, particularly when you get to a national level event, there's more pressure. The refereeing standards are stricter. So you do often see more lifters miss than you would expect, which again comes back to my point of the importance of making lifts and the importance of being conservative. So 230 for William. Actually got 3 lifters in a row attempting 230. Will, Pat, and Michael. Oh, he's done very, very well. His second attempt was hard.
spot on attempt selection, I think.
He added 5 and he knocked it over. Those 5 kilos could be very important for him to build a PB total today. So really good attempt selection from Will and Will's coach, and really good execution from Will. Patrick Stubbs up next, 230. Exact same choices as William. I think he's just been copying him, 210, 225, 230. Got a bit of a copycat going on our hands.
He's looking rolled up, Pat.
He's got the crowd behind him, the hometown hero from Newcastle.
Big Newcastle presence.
Feels comfy under that weight. I back him in here.
Unfortunately, too much sauce.
Just a little bit too many kilos on the bar there, unfortunately. But that's the thing with powerlifting is, you're trying to lift as much as you possibly can. Sometimes you're going to make the wrong decision. Sometimes weight's going to be too heavy. And that's kind of the whole point of powerlifting, to lift the heaviest weight.
You can.
Michael Harris, 230. 10-kilo jump for him. So 2 10-kilo jumps. Crowd's getting around him here. A little bit of a stumble there, unfortunately. You do have a whole minute to get your squat command. Good, he's found his balance. Whoop. Unfortunately fell onto his toes there.
And that is some great spotting.
Very, very good catch from the spotters. Just didn't look comfortable at all under that load, unfortunately. And sometimes it's not about the actual squat itself. Sometimes actually just getting yourself set for the squat is harder for some lifters.
Mm-hmm.
The walkout, the unrack, and finding that position can be the most difficult part for a lot of lifters. So we saw that for Michael. Great catch from the boys.
Yeah, that can be scary for them, but they all looked really calm, really reactive, straight away on it, keeping the lifters safe and making sure all 6 of them are safe in the same process.
Sebastian Kratz, 250 kilos, is loaded up the milestone. 2 12.5 kilo jumps for Seb. 250 quarter ton.
His second looked very comfortable.
He has looked good today. See if that continued today on his third squat. Looks comfy under it. Fought well through the middle. He's smiling as he stands up. And we have 3 white lights. Well done, Seb. 250 kilos. That one was for baby Bjorn.
He'll be happy with that.
Up next, we have a reattempt of 252 for Jack. Jumped 12.5 from his opener to his second. Unfortunately, couldn't finish it off. For Jade, sorry. He's going to reattempt it. We'll see if he can knock this over and add 12.5 to his
a bit
total.
more energy this time. You can see he's a little bit more aggressive, doing a couple of vocalizations there.
Fist bumping all the spotters again.
He
Big
needs
socks.
to get this.
And he's done very, very well there. So again, we're seeing a second attempt misgroove. Come back and make it. The referees love it as well. It's 3 white lights. So again, we're seeing lifters mis-execute. So powerlifting isn't just about how strong you are. It's about how well you're able to execute.
Yep.
Sometimes at national level events, and we've seen it a lot this weekend, the strongest lifter hasn't won. It's been the one who's executed better. The
Yep.
better powerlifter on the day is the one that wins, not necessarily the strongest person.
And the one who's able to play to their strengths and get those attempts. Like you said earlier this morning, the winner came out with 3 successful squat attempts, and that adds up.
Tony Mai, 260. 10 kilo jump from 250. He's looked very strong today. Hopefully he can knock over an extra 10 kilos to his title here. A little bit of a misstep there, but found his balance. Did very well to hold his position through the middle there. Really nice squatting from Tony. 3 for 3, 3 white lights. We love to see it.
Also love to have seen the spotter move with him. The worst scenario is when a spotter preempts a fail, gets their hands on the bar, and then we have a reattempt. But he did really well to stay with it and give the lifter the opportunity to finish and get through that grind.
Yeah, spotting is one of the hardest jobs in powerlifting. It's a lot of work.
A lot of
Loading the
physical
bar, catching heavy squats. So thanks for all the boys who volunteered to do any spotting loading and the girls who volunteered to do spotting and loading over the weekend. Nick Morrison up next. He's elected to take 12.5 kilo jump after a 10.5 kilo jump, which you don't see too often. But he's obviously confident for this one. 2.6, 2.5. Unfortunately, just a little bit too heavy today for Nick. Still got the best haircut on the platform, though.
For sure.
Up next, we've got Aaron, who unfortunately missed 270 on his second attempt. He will have a chance to reattempt it here. And we could see what we saw with Jade, where it was just a little bit of misexecution and not an actual overload of too much weight.
Let's see if he settles. And, I believe this was a technical execution versus a strength one. So let's see how he goes with the second chance at it. Like we said, we've seen a lot of failed seconds based on a technical error. And then they've come back with another shot and have done it better.
Chuck it on. It's good. Here he comes, Aaron. Lots of hype here. Now, Steph, you suspected that he had maybe had too much hype on his second attempt.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps he didn't have enough. We'll find out. Oh, he is so close to getting that. That is just a little bit too heavy for Aaron, unfortunately. And he'll be stuck with his opening attempt of 252.5. So that's a big drop off from where he probably wanted to finish. So that's unfortunate for Aaron. Joseph with a 12.5 kilo jump to 270. Now we saw him take 12.5 from his opener to his second. He's looked good all day. We'll see if he's got 270 in him.
He's been held back by the side ref. Wrist wrap wasn't to standard. Need to make sure that it sits below the bottom of the thumb and that all the attachments don't have contact with the bar.
As I mentioned before, you can adjust the belt on the platform like Joseph's decided to do there. Here he goes, 270 kilos. Big squat for a 93 lifter. Approaching 3 times body weight. See if he's got the strength for it. He's pushed through. We'll see if the referees think that there's been some downward movement. I thought the bar stopped, but I don't think it dipped. So we'll see what the referees say here. And it's 2 white lights. So one of the referees thought that the bar did dip. But all we need is 2 white lights. Like I said before, 3 white lights is a waste of energy, and all you need is 2.
I was looking at Greta.
And-
She
yeah.
actually said something about the hand.
Yeah, she said his hand opened, so he lost his grip on the bar. So the grip on the bar must stay constant throughout the completion of the lift. If your fingers do come off the bar, that is a reason for no lift. So obviously Greta was on that side of him, and the chief referee in the middle and Sarah on the left over here couldn't see that particular hand. Merlin Viet, 15 kilo jump. So again, we're seeing a bigger jump from the second to the first, which is quite rare. So hopefully the right decision for Merlin.
Obviously, he and his coach, Leo, were feeling confident, maybe looking for a personal best, competition best.
I believe this will be a competition best for Merlin, which, you know, when you've been lifting for a dozen years, competing for a dozen years, can't always expect to hit platform PBs every competition. So we'll see if Merlin can knock one over here. Looks quite comfortable under that load. It's very deep, and it's very smooth through the middle. He did a really good job holding his position there. Fought through the middle, probably had another 5 kilos as well. So great job there from Merlin. 270 on the board. He did get 1 red. I'm not sure what for.
Maybe a reason of depth.
Looked quite deep. But I'm not the referee on the platform. So who am I?
Greta sees
Who
him.
am I to say? Up next, Jesse, 270. This will be 2.5 kilos up on what he did at state championships in October. He did win the New South Wales States. He will be looking to win Australian championships for the first time. As we mentioned earlier, the last national championships he placed 5th. So he's on the come up. He's made some great progress, and he'll be looking to stand on top of the podium today.
As you said, also a 2.5 kilo competition best for Jesse if he hits this.
He's done a great job to fight through the middle. That's excellent attempt selection there from his team. Look deep to me. Referees agree. 3 white lights for Jesse. Fantastic start to the day for him. He will be stoked with that, and he will be looking to continue building his total through bench press.
And Dean right on his tail now, doing 282. Our top 3 nominated boys, now that Adam is not in the field, are all here with the biggest squats. And I know Dean needs this to fill that gap in before it comes time to bench press, where the other 2 boys do push him quite a bit.
That's a very important lift for Dean. An extra 7.5 kilos on his total is 7.5 kilos more that he does not need to deadlift. But looking to build his subtotal here, 282.5. 275 looked pretty good. 7.5 kilo jump. See if he can handle it. The only issue that I saw with Dean was his walkout and his balance. So see if he can get a quick start call. Did quite well there. Found his position well. Quick squat command. He's done an amazing job to hold position through the middle there and stay on the legs.
Very
See what the referees say. Good attempt selection. We'll see if he's got depth. He has unfortunately missed that one. That's unfortunate for Dean.
And unfortunately, as we don't have that jury in today, it goes by what the chief ref, and the chief ref did give it a red on depth.
But yeah, just if you get 2 reds on the platform, you don't have a chance to overturn it, and the call will stand.
Ewan Belgrove now going out for a 10 kilo jump, 310.
Sarah, what was that for? What was that for? No, neither. That was anything. Sorry.
This is a big moment for Ewan. 310.
310 kilos. 10 kilo jump.
This is a competition best for him.
This is a competition PB for him. I'm surprised he only got 10 kilo jump here.
Maybe he wants to secure it.
He definitely wants to secure kilos. I think perhaps he thinks maybe this is all he needs to push the other guys.
Well, we don't have
But I do think based off of his 300 that he had quite a bit more. see if this is the right call. He's absolutely smoked that.
And let's see what
310 moved fantastically. And the referee say 3 white lights. Great squatting there from Ewan. 310 kilos, the biggest squat by anyone at APA Nationals thus far. Fantastic lifting. We are going to have a 10-minute break now, and we'll be back with the 83 kilo men bench press.
Thank you.
perfectly shaped feet.
And welcome back.
Welcome back to the 83 kilo bench press session. Got Amir Brown opening with 135.
For those of you joining us in for the first time, give a flick of that QR code and you can get direct access to lifting cast.
So very similar to Amir's opening squat. Opening bench press was quite hard. We'll probably see a modest jump, maybe 5 kilos to the second attempt. Generally, we see lifters move their openers a lot faster than that. Perhaps that's just how Amir prefers to take his jumps, or perhaps he thought he was going to be a little bit stronger today. So quickly, we'll go over the 83 kilo squats for those of you just joining us now. In the lead, we have Kana with 290.5, James in second place with 280.5. Where's the rest of it? Matthew in with 272.5 is in third place in the squats.
The bar's loaded, Brayden. Let's go, Brayden.
Definitely got a battle on our hands here in the 83. All 3 podium places are going to be up for grabs as we get through bench press and deadlifts. But as I've said 50 times today, it's important that the lifters continue to build their totals by making lifts. Aiden Potts here, 140. Best competition bench press of 150. Be looking to best that today. Nice fast opener there for Potsy. Probably quite a little bit more left in the tank. 3 white lights at the referees. And Kyle Mackay is going to try 140 as well. So same bar load. Makes the job for our spotters nice and easy, not having to change the weight on the bar. Kyle squatted 227.5 on his third attempt after missing his opener on a technicality. Was able to come back, nail it on the second, and then jump for the third. So he's having an okay day so far. See if that can continue. He's probably shaked some of the nerves off after that miss, and he's going to be ready to finish off the day very strong. $140 moving quite nicely. So 140 kilos for all of you who just train in regular commercial gyms is 3 big bickies. It's a milestone for every lifter out there. So we'd love to see 140 loaded. And if you are training doing 140 in the gym, the only way to load 140 is with 3 blue plates per side. Even if you train in a powerlifting gym. 3 blues.
Always.
Next up, Kyle with 147.5. Kyle squatted 255. Looking to continue to build his total here with the bench press. He's a big deadlifter. Nominating 280 for his opener. We could see him pulling something big to try and get on the podium later on in the day. Getting as many kilos in the bench press here is going to be pivotal for his chances to be able to do that. Looks pretty comfy to me. We'll see what the referees say.
That's a good day.
And it's 3 white lights.
Next up is Tyler.
So all good lifts so far to start the bench press. Tyler Edmondson 150.
Okay, bars loaded. Let's go.
Tyler 150 loaded. He had a great day on squats with 257.
On 3 for 3.
Looked like he had a little bit of room there too. So building a total. Nice, easy bench press opener there for Kyle. Sorry, for Tyler. And 3 white lights. Matthew Leung, 150, same bar load. Bench press tends to move a little bit slower than squats, and deadlifts tend to move a little bit faster than both. The reason for that is the amount of equipment we have to change. So in the squat, we just have to change the load and the rack height. In the bench press, we have to change the load, the rack height, and the safeties. So it does take a little bit longer per lift, which can feel like it's dragging out a little bit. Also, a lot of lifters tend to take quite a long time to set up for their bench press as well. So it can feel like bench is taking ages.
The reason why a lot of these lifters, if this is the first time they're on an Leco bench, it does take getting used to. It is the stiffest bench I've ever benched on, and it might be a lot of these lifters' very first time. So something for their coaches also to take into consideration with their first attempt selections and their onwards.
And it is actually a brand new one as well, which means it's going to be extra stiff, extra hard, which a lot of people don't like. So that was 3 white lights for Matt. 150 on the board for him. Kelvin's up next with 152.5. He squatted a PB of 260, looking to build on his total, put himself in a chance to get on the podium. Move very smoothly through the middle. Plenty of room left in the tank there for Kelvin. 3 out lights from the referees. Same bar load for Ian. Ian squatted 270. Unfortunately missed his third 277.5. He's a real contender for the third place position, as are about 5 lifters here. We've got a very close class here with the 83s, and we're going to see things really start to shake out when deadlifts start. We're going to see people moving 5-6 placings with each lift, and it's going to be really fun. So excited to tell you guys exactly what's going on with all the placings as it unfolds. Ian Burns 152.5. Pretty smooth there, a little bit slower than you would like for an opener. Some people do tend to take very small jumps on bench press and actually prefer it. So perhaps Ian is like that. Other people prefer, very easy openers and then, reasonable jumps to get to their thirds.
And they'd be looking to replicate what they do in their training, and if it feels good, to each their own.
Yeah, a lot of people need to get close to their max to know what's left, which can be a viable strategy. And if you are going to do 3 heavy attempts for any of the disciplines, bench press is the one to pick. It is the least fatiguing. Range of motion is the lowest. And there's less interference with deadlift and squat. Squat and deadlift do interfere with each other quite a bit. If you do really hard squats, you're going to remove some of that gas you've got left for deadlifts at the end. Kana's up next. He's in the lead with 290.5 on squat.
James will be looking up to pick up some kilos here on this movement.
Very easy opener for Kana. I expect to see quite a big jump. I know he benched 167.5 in training 4 times in the same session, so 4 singles in the same session. So probably be looking to do a little bit more than that today, and that's a great way to start. Up next, Donovan, 155 as well. He's a little bit behind the other boys on the squat, but looking to get back in the mix with the strong bench press. Bench pressing 4th from the end. Got David, James, and Jonathan to round out the group here for bench openers. Also supporting the crowd. Very nice looking easy opener there for Donovan.
Just what you want to see.
Just what you like to see. Plenty of kilos left in him. And he's got 1 red. Not sure what that was for. Perhaps he changed position of his feet or lifted his butt.
Definitely something that sideline ref's going to look for next time, though.
We are not in a great position here for bench. Unfortunately obstructed by a giant spotter.
Our lifters are in very safe hands.
Next up, David Vienne, 165 opener. He made all his squats. We expect to see the same.
Looking to use that momentum.
Took some nice big jumps on squats too, 20 then 10. So we'll probably expect similar, big relative size jumps here for bench press. Looking to build his total. 165 for an opener. Very easy opener. So the referee say. And it is 2 white lights. That's all you need.
Like you said you prefer 2.
Yeah, 2 means you've just done just enough. Here comes James Lee. He's currently in second. He had the squat record for about 15 minutes before Kana came in and broke it. He had an attempt to take the record back. Fortunately, it was a little bit too heavy for him today. We try to make up those kilos on bench press, having the advantage over Kana by around 10 to 15 kilos. So we'll see if he can get that advantage back, and then it will be anyone's game at the end. Really nice start for James. Lots and lots of kilos left in the tank for him. Think we'll be expecting to see 180 or more?
Unfortunately, it's gone
a
too
no
red.
lift. His ass actually lifted off the bench. That's why
Bottom.
his buttocks lifted from the bench, which is not allowed. You are not allowed to change any of your elected lifting position during the completion of lift. So if you lift your head, shoulders come off the contact with the bench. If your heels rise off the floor, or if your buttocks, is it buttocks, Steph?
It is buttocks.
Buttocks. If your buttocks comes off the bench, that is also reason for disqualification. So that was the reason there for James. He has elected to take a 10-kilo jump, which at this point of the competition is actually probably necessary, because he did fall behind a little bit in the squat. So he will need to get those kilos back.
He's
Jonathan
still
with-
elected to jump up.
Yeah, he has jumped 10. So Jonathan, with a 172.5 opener, that looked quite comfortable. He had the biggest bench on the nominations with 185. So I would expect to see somewhere around there,
Be looking
which
to pick up those kilos.
gets him back from missing a couple of squats. So anyone's game now. We're going to go back to the start of the round.
Just waiting on the referees to give him the all clear to enter the platform.
So next up we have Amir Brown, 140, so a 5-kilo jump. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. James is actually elected to put in 170 for his next attempt, not 177.5. So just a very small jump for James. So we'll see how that plays out. Bar is loaded for Amir, 140. As I mentioned earlier, 140, big milestone lift for a lot of lifters. 3 blue plates per side, 3 regular commercial gym plates per side. Everyone remembers their first 140 bench. When was yours, Steph?
My last PB bench.
No, when was your last 140? Your first 140? Just kidding.
I cried.
Lots of work there for Amir in the middle. Referees like it though. It's 3 white lights. It's 2 white lights, my apologies. Next up with Aiden Potts, 7.5 kilo jump. As expected, pretty moderate sized jump for Mr. Potts. He does have a competition PB of 150. So 152.5 will give him a nice PB today.
Setting himself up to chip that.
So I'd love to see 6 for 6 from Aiden to set himself up for having the chance to pull for the podium or pull for perhaps a silver or gold.
Every kilo counts for Potts in this.
Every kilo counts on the subtotal for the ones with the big deadlifts. He's done very well with that, Mr. Potts. See what the referees say. Moved nice through the middle. Didn't slow down at all. 3 white lights. I expect to see 5 kilos on the bar for the next one. Expect to see Potts go for that
Moved
PB.
very well.
Next up, Kyle. Taking a 5 kilo jump, 147 to 152.5. Got a little bit of a delay here. Two of the referees just having a little bit of a discussion. And everyone's back in their seats. So Kyle should be up any moment now. Bar's loaded for him. Here he comes. So he missed his third squat, but he didn't actually really try to fight for it for very long. So I don't think he lost a lot of his potential energy for later in the day with that miss. So he's set up quite well. Put up a big total today. He'll be looking to add 5 extra kilos to his total with this attempt. Pretty good looking bench press. Still a little bit left in the tank. He's happy with that. 3 white lights.
Next up, we also have another Kyle at the same weight. 152.5.
Back starting to hurt.
And the bar's loaded. Let's go, Kyle.
Next up, Kyle Mackay, 152.5. 12.5 kilo jump from his first bench to his second, which is probably a little bit bigger than what you tend to see. But it shows that there's confidence in the lifter, which we love. He's made it look good. Hold his positioning really well. Still a little bit left in the tank.
It's a good lift.
And it's 3 white lights. There's nothing inherently bad about big or small jumps between attempts. It's more about what the lifter can handle, what the lifter is prepared for, and what actually leads to a successful third attempt.
And the bar's loaded for Tyler. Let's go.
Up next, Tyler, 157.5. 7.5 kilo jump from his opener. Squatted 257 today. Made it look good. Had a bit of room in the tank. So I expect that he leaves a little bit of room in the tank here on the bench as well. And just rounds out a nice, conservative 9 for 9 day. Very nice looking second bench there from Tyler. The referees agree with me. 3 white lights. Up next, Donovan, 160. Jumping from 155. So actually missed his second squat. Came back and got it. Which is perhaps why we're seeing a little bit of a small jump here. He may be rectifying a potential decision making that didn't go his way on the squat. Perhaps adjusting to how the day is going for him, which we love to see. Lifters need to remain flexible with their approach. The better you're able to adapt to the conditions on the day, the better you're able to maximize your total. You can only total what you can for that particular day. Excellent second bench press there for Donovan. That moved better than his first one. And 3 white lights. Next up we have Matt, 160. 10 kilo jump. 3 for 3 on squats. And he was hyped with his 2.7, 2.5. And he's looking to continue building his total with an extra 10 kilos here.
Very different energy that he's bringing to the deadlift, to the bench press than he has in the squats. A little bit more relaxed.
Yeah, I think if you're going to be relaxed about any of the 3 lifts, bench is the one where you can be. There's also the most things to think about. There's the most reasons to fail. There's the most signals from the referees. And oftentimes it's the most difficult one for people technically. As Matt nails that second bench press at 160, 3 white lights. Yeah, the bench can be the one where our technique is of utmost importance, a little bit more than the deadlift and the squat. So lifters often do stay a lot calmer to ensure that they do everything right from a technical perspective as well. Ian Burns, 160, 7.5 kilo jump. Squatted 270, 277.5 was a little bit too much, but he's certainly not out of the hunt with the big deadlift that he has. So we'll be hoping to add 7.5 kilos to his total here. Nice and smooth through the middle. Something I've noticed about Ian already is that he moves quite slowly, but he's able to hold his positioning really well, which gives him a chance to fight through. Sometimes lifters move fast, and they actually lose position even though they move fast. And when they get out of position, they're not able to properly use their leverage to finish the lift. If you're able to hold your position, stay under the bar and stay in the right position, you're going to give yourself a much better chance to actually be able to grind through it. Kelvin Tran, 10 kilo jump. His third 10 kilo jump of the day. Perhaps he's just going to do 10s the whole way. What do you reckon, Steph?
Well, I don't want to bet on it.
I wouldn't bet on it either.
He's looking to go 5 for 5 with this.
Can you do better than 5 for 5, Steph? Whereas 5 for 5 is as good as you can do.
I mean, I've
Can you
never
go
gone
6 for 5? Can you go 6 for 5?
I feel like I'm
Just taking the piss. Calvin Tran, 162.5.
I had a massive blind spot. You can see that.
3 white lights. What I say to all my lifters when they're like 3 for 3, I'm like, well, you can't do better than that. Can't go 4 for 3. So stupid. Connor up next, 170.
A 15 kilo jump.
15 kilo jump for him. I believe this is exactly what he benched at States as well. So he has taken his second attempt squat. His third attempt squat from States as his second today, and his third attempt bench as his second today. So lots of nice progress made by Kana. We'll see if he can add an extra 15 to his total.
Coach John setting me up nicely with these attempt selections so far. Looking to also go 5 for 5.
Did very well through the middle there. There's probably a little bit left in the tank as well. Maybe 5 kilos left.
A little
Maybe
bouncy on the chest.
7.5.
A little bouncy on the chest, but he managed through it well.
It's 3 white lights. I can't really see from here.
Yeah,
I just have to trust you.
got to swing that neck.
Comes James. Unfortunately misses opener for his buttocks leaving the bench. And he's elected to take a 2.5 kilo jump to his second here.
Side refs Greta and Sarah really going to be looking to ensure that he hits all points of contact on the bench.
I dare say we'll see a bigger jump to his third if this is successful. Because he does need kilos. That was excellent.
That looked good to me as well.
Looked great.
Will he get it?
He's saying, please, 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 to the referees. The referees say, no worries at all, James. Here's your 3 white lights.
Something that I was talking about yesterday with Chris is what I love to see is when athletes accept the calls that the referees have given them, they collaborate with their coach, they look to address it in between the time between their 2 attempts or their 3 attempts, and they come back, no issues, white lights. At the end of the day, the refs want to give you the lifts. You got to play to their rules. We're all in the same circumstance, so doing what you need to do to get that is a big tick for me.
And being able to be flexible enough to actually make changes on the fly is really important as well. All the best athletes are at some point in their career going to face adversity.
Yep.
And how you handle adversity can often be the difference between not winning and winning.
Yep. Absolutely.
Next, David VN 175, 10 kilo jump. We might have seen a little butt lift from where I'm sitting. We'll see what the referees say. And they do agree with me there. Just needed a little bit extra out of his legs. And he unfortunately lifted the butt.
We now have
Moving-
Jonathan.
Moving the butt is something that is not frowned upon on the dance floor, but unfortunately in powerlifting is frowned upon.
Leave it for the disco afterwards.
That's right. Up next, Jonathan Caruso, 183, so a 10.5 kilo jump. This will be a national bench press record in the 83 kilo class. Looking to add 10.5 kilos to his total. Referee's just checking that the correct plates are on the bar, as those tiny little ones are very hard to see.
They're confusing as well.
They are confusing because the 0.5 and the 0.25 look quite similar. Bars loaded for Jonathan. Here he comes. As we mentioned earlier, he's missed 2 squats, so he's looking to make up for that here on the bench. He's still in with a shot at the podium, but he will need to make some lifts moving forward. Oh, he's done very, very nicely through that one. Completely static through the whole body. Lots of tension the whole way through. 183, no problemo for Jonathan Caruso.
And very slowly through
Oh,
these.
unfortunately, we have 2 red lights. Sarah?
Oh,
And here up next with 142.5 kilos on the bar.
So third attempt's coming up now for the 83 boys.
me taking a 2.5 kilo jump.
Amir with a 2.5 jump to 142. His 140 was some tough work through the middle. Let's see if he can fight through another bench press attempt here. Unfortunately, just a little bit too heavy. That bar was stuck for a couple seconds there,
Gave it a
completely
red hot
static.
drag.
And he just kept on pushing, but unfortunately didn't quite have the power today. Up next is Mr. Aiden Potts, just a 2.5 kilo jump, playing it nice and conservative, building the total. This will give him a subtotal of 510, which gives him every chance at picking his placing later on in the day. As we've mentioned before, those who have the heavier deadlifts, if they can go 6 for 6, they give themselves the best chance. Comes Potty. Just another day on the tools, says Tan. Lots and lots of support here for Aiden.
He's looking to go 6 for 6.
Unfortunately, a little bit too much today. He'll be left with his 147.5 second attempt. And that's not the end of the world because it was only a 2.5 kilo jump. Will mean he will need 2.5 extra on deadlift though now. Next up, Kyle. 157.5. The second 5 kilo jump for his bench press stanza today. And this will put him 5 kilos ahead of Aiden, which will make it a big battle between the two of them as their deadlifts are only separated by 5 kilos as well. So here comes Kyle. Lifted very well today. It's 4 out of 5 so far. Looking to go 5 out of 6. Unfortunately, a little bit too heavy there for Kyle. So Kyle and Aiden are tied on subtotal at 407.5. Up next, we have Kyle Mackay with a 160 kilo attempt. Decent sized jump from his opener at 140, second at 152.5. See if he can continue his streak of made lifts. Unfortunately, just a little bit too heavy today for Kyle. He'll be left with his second attempt at 152.5. So bench press is the lift of the three where things tend to drop off quite quickly. You'll often see a second attempt move well, and then you add 2 or 5, and it drops off quick enough that you miss. So if any of the lifts it's important to be conservative, bench press is the one that is probably the most important that you stay conservative. Up next is Tyler Edmondson. He is 5 for 5. Steph, can you do better than 5 for 5?
Yes, I can do the impossible and go 6 for 5.
6 for 5 is impossible, Steph. Setting too high standards for the audience. Tyler, 162.5. And he continues to make lifts, continues to build his total. He is 6 for 6.
Next up is Ian with same weight, 160.
Ian is up next with 162.5. His second attempt at 157.5 did slow down quite a bit, but I mentioned earlier that he squatted quite slowly too. So this could be perfectly within his wheelhouse. Sorry, he took a 2.5 kilo jump. This could still be perfectly within his wheelhouse. Opted to take the smallest jump possible. Let's see if he can add 2.5 kilos to his subtotal here. And he's done really well to hold his position and fight through the middle of that one. That's really nice bench pressing from Ian. And the referees agree, 3 white lights. So his subtotal moves to 432.5. Up next is Kelvin. 2.5 kilo jump. Kelvin's had a great day so far. He is 5 for 5. Only a handful of lifters in the 83 are. As I've said many times, making your lifts gives you the best chance at the win. Gives you the best chance at the biggest total possible. Unfortunately, just a little bit too heavy. Now, as I mentioned earlier, bench press speed does drop off quite quickly. His second attempt looked good. I'm actually surprised they only took 2.5 and they still weren't able to get 2.5. It just goes to show how important being conservative and making your lifts is. But with that said, 162.5 was all he had today. So he's not actually losing anything on his total by missing that third. Donovan Cheng up next, 165, 5 kilo jump. Lifted well today. Bench press looks strong. Did very nicely to hold his position through the upper body. Not quite sure about the lower body. We might see a butt lift, perhaps. And yes, that's unfortunate for Donovan. His bum did come off the bench. One of the most common technical failures we get into bench press is the butt lift. The lifters needs to stay patient and trust their upper body strength. Keep their legs stable. Keep the leg drive on. And just allow it to come through the upper body. Matt Leung, 165. Another 5 kilo jump. This will take his subtotal to 437.5, which puts him in a very good position. I believe this will put him in third. And he has done very, very well to fight through the middle of that one. Didn't see a change in any lifting position. We'll see if the referees agree with me. And he did get 3 white lights there, so well done, Matt. He is 6 for 6 as well. Up next, James Lee. Coming into this lift has a subtotal of 450.5. This will give him 458. 177.5 third attempt bench press is a very important lift for James.
He can't sacrifice another failed attempt here, or else the lead really gets away from him with Kana.
Yeah, and perhaps opening himself up to others.
Correct. It's very close between 1 and 4 at the moment.
Did a very nice job to hold lifting position in the lower body this time. So adjusted from the error on the first attempt. Was able to come back and make his second and his third. Finishing with 177.5. Really good bench pressing there from James after a little bit of adversity.
Yep.
His subtotal is now 458. Kana is currently at 460.5. So this 10.5 kilo jump will take Kana to 471.
Looking to go at a national record here on the bench press. Looking to chip. Unfortunately, John Caruso was not able to achieve that on his second attempt. So now Kana has the opportunity to.
And David and Jonathan will be attempting the bench press record after Kana here. But an extra 10 kilos on Kana's total could be very important for the win. And he's done an outstanding job fighting through the middle there. We'll see what the referees say.
Didn't look like there was a single kilo left in that. He had to work very hard.
And he gets 2 white lights. I believe the one red was for his buttocks lifting from the bench. But that is some fantastic lifting from Kana. He has a subtotal now of 471, which puts him in a great position for the top of the podium today.
And the bar is loaded for David. Let's go, David.
Up next is David. 181, looking to chip Kana. Fortunately, missed his second attempt for his bum lifting. Hopefully he can rectify that, adjust to the conditions on the day, and push through and claim himself an Australian record. Taking a while to get a start command.
His heels are off the floor.
I believe his feet are not quite flat. That's correct. But he's still got 14 seconds. Probably doesn't have the time to do his full elaborate setup.
This is what we talked about earlier.
He might need to get on with it.
He's got 5.
He's gonna time out here.
And I don't think he's going to get an attempt.
And he has unfortunately timed out. So David will be left with just his bench press opener of 165. So giving up a potential 16 kilos could be crucial for him.
He does look disappointed with that, but you have to play the day. The national refs here are holding a very high standard. The rules are the same for everybody. There'll be another competition where he can have another shot. But he's got to stay focused. And now I think on the next 3 lifts are very important on the deadlift.
It didn't look like he had anyone yelling out any urgency to get set. So I'm not sure who's coaching him today or if he has anyone.
It doesn't look like he has a handler.
So that's pretty unfortunate. Perhaps he could have at least had a crack at that. If he knew
what was
the urgency. Here comes Jonathan, 186.
Looking to chip the record.
So he did successfully press 183. Did get reds. Hopefully he can... Looks like he's done a really good job there.
Didn't see any glute. Or...
Didn't see any movement.
Nope.
See whether the referees agree with us. And they do. 186, that's a huge bench press for an 83 kilo man. Absolutely enormous. Well over 2 times body weight.
And with that, he's put himself into that 4th spot.
Jonathan in 4th place now. We've got Connor in 1st, James in 2nd, and who's in 3rd?
We have Ian.
Ian in 3rd place.
And all very hotly contended.
Yeah, there's a lot of good lifters in the 83s with good deadlifts who are going to jumble the placings around a lot at the end here. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it all shakes out. Now we're going to start with the 93 kilo men. Tony Mai is first up, 130 kilos on the bar from All In Barbell. Squatted really well, squatted 260. Almost said 360, that would have been very good.
International.
Would have been a 25 kilo world record. Tony trying to start up his bench press day with 130. This should be cake. And it is cake. Very, very easy opener there for Tony. The referees liked it. 3 white lights. Next up, Patrick Stubbs, 132.5.
Got a lot of big bench presses. 3 out of the top 4 so far, all opening up at 170, so it's going to be very tight.
Stubbsy has a lot of support here in Newcastle. You know, you've got friends when they come just to watch you bench press.
Absolutely. Like you said, it's the one that takes the longest to get through because of the setup. There's not just the rack height, it's the plates, it's the safety, sometimes even putting up blocks there if lifters are underneath their feet. There are a lot of different technical considerations for the refs.
It's also the most boring, let's be honest.
No. I love bench press.
You
I do. Nothing like getting a good pick.
makes one of us.
Now we have Dean opening up at 135.
Very nice looking bench press for Dean. Smooth through the middle.
I also believe that he had initially selected 130 as his opener and has been a change. I might be wrong there, but when I looked earlier, it was 130. But obviously made the right choice. Very comfortable opener. Looking to really pick up as many kilos in that subtotal before his big deadlift.
Yeah, that's right. The more he lifts now, the less he has to deadlift later. Seb Kratz, 145. Squatted well. 250 for a milestone. So Dean Sabawa's coach has actually put in a change for his first deadlift. So he's changed down to 300. I think some of that has to do with Adam not being there. And I also think just leaving himself open to figure out what he needs at the end, knowing that he will deadlift last. So not needing to go so heavy on the first and second and kind of sitting back and waiting. So interested to see how that plays out as Seb Kratz nails his first bench press at 145. Building himself a nice day. 4 out of 4 to begin. Next up, Nick Morrison. 145. He's tied up his mullet. And I think that was because of the referees. I heard Greta talking earlier if he had to tie it up.
Yeah.
I know the girls have to tie up their long hair.
It's because the refs need to have full view of the head, flat on the bench press.
That's correct. It's just unfortunate to see such a great mullet be hidden.
Don't worry, I'm sure it's going to spring out on the deadlifts.
Oh, yeah.
Locks will fly.
A lovely bench press there from Nick, 145. Flying, as we expect the opener. 3 white lights there. Michael Harris next up, 145.
is loaded. Let's go, Michael.
Comes Michael. So unfortunately, the scorecard is saying that that's Nick. Nick already went. That was Michael with 145.
Both of them deadlifting, benching 145 as their opener. So just an easy correction.
Waiting for the lights here. Didn't get them.
There we go. 3 1.
There they are, 3 white lights. So both Nick and Michael making 145. Next up we have Jade, 152.5. Now Jade showed some real grit coming back from a missed second to make his third. Looking forward to seeing how he goes in the bench press and how big of a total he can build today. Big deadlifter should be looking around about 300 kilos today, which is always exciting. I love how he fist bumps the spotters and asks them to keep him safe. It's very nice. Very, very nice bench press there from Jade. Used 50 seconds out of 60 to get himself set, but unfortunately, it's no lift. I believe his feet actually changed position after the start command,
Southeast Williams with 100.
or perhaps his buttocks lifted. But there was a change in position of the body after the start command, which is not allowed. Once the referee gives you the start command, you must keep your head down, must keep your shoulders down. You must keep your grip on the bar the same. You must keep your feet flat on the floor. They can slide on the floor, they just can't lift. And the bum must stay on the bench. Comes Will with 152.5. Nice looking opener. He's had a good day. 4 for 4 now, going into his second bench press. And up next is Merlin, also electing to bench 152.5.
Next up is Merlin with 152 in the bar. And the bar is loaded for Merlin.
Referees just checking that Merlin's wrist wraps are compliant, making sure that they don't go beyond midway through underneath the thumb so that they don't have contact with the bar once he gets under the bench.
Comes Merlin. Squatted really well today. Squatted 270 for a PB. Looked like he had a little bit more as well. So we'll see if his conservative approach continues on to bench press. And it looks like it will. That was fantastic. 152.5 for Merlin.
Speedy Gonzalez.
Better Gonzalez. Arriba!
Tres luces blancas. 3 1.
Aaron up next, 155. Now, unfortunately, Aaron missed two squats, so he'll be looking to make up some lost ground on squats on his bench press and his deadlifts, hoping to have his best day from here. And my advice for lifters in this position is not to chase their tails, but actually focus on what they can do to make the day better, not try to do more than they can to make up for stuff that they missed earlier. It's a common mistake I see. Lifters end up chasing their tail and attempting weights they have no business attempting later in the day to achieve a total that they were expecting.
And he's in good hands with Dave from Perth.
Very well.
Got Dave Hoffman coaching him today. So Dave should pick some good attempts to finish the day. That 155 was excellent. Plenty more in the tank. Up next, Ewan Belgrove. Squatted 310. Currently the leader in the 93 kilo class. 310 and opening at 170. We have 3 men opening at 170. Joseph and Jesse to follow. So if 2 lifters elect to attempt the same weight, the lifter with the lower lot number will be the one that goes first. So the lifter who weighed in first will lift first. Comes Ewan. Very nice looking opening bench press. He squatted really, really well. Looked like he had room in the tank. Oftentimes when you see people approach their first lift like that, you know they're going to approach the rest of their lifts like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a very conservatively built total built from Ewan today. And that bench press looked like a great start for his bench campaign. Next, Joseph Wu, 170. Squatted 270. Bit of a subtotal specialist. So he'll be needing every kilo possible on the bench press today. Very good start from Joseph. Waiting on the lights. And 3 white lights. As expected. Last up, Jesse, 170. Jesse also squatted 270. So identical lifts to Joseph thus far today. See if Jesse can get a nice little buffer over Dean here for bench press. Very nice looking bench press there for Jesse. He's benched a 180 1,000 times. So we know 180 is definitely there. Maybe a little bit more today as well. Jesse building a nice total, 4 for 4. Going back up to the start of the group. Got Patrick Stubbs, 140 kilos.
Patrick Stubbs. Let's go.
Pat has opted to take a 7.5 kilo jump on his first.
Thank you, Laura. Shout out to Laura Raby bringing me lunch.
Thank you, Laura.
Patrick Stubbs, 140-second attempt.
Running your mouth is tiring.
Especially when you have 2 people who can talk underwater. Patrick Stubbs, 140. Very nice looking bench press attempt. See what the referees say. They say good enough. 2 to 1. Up next, Tony Mai, also attempting 140. Nice 10 kilo jump from his first, which looked easy. He's been lifting really well today. Well within his means, which is what we'd like to see.
Work it, Tony, come on. Tony. Next, Tony.
Tony looking to add 10 kilos to his subtotal here. And he's made that one look even easier than the 130. That's excellent bench pressing from Tony. probably see another 5 to 7.5 on the third. And the referees agree. 3 white lights. Next, Dean Sabawo, 142.5. He squatted 275. And he's quite a bit behind the top boys on bench press. Looking to do as much as he can so that he has to deadlift less. Because his deadlift is a huge weapon of his. He'll be sitting back and waiting to see who can pick off, whether it's for second, third, or first. 142.5 for Dean. Pretty smooth looking bench there from Dean. Maybe not a heap left in the tank.
That's a good lift. Good one, Dean. Up to 150 on the bar now. Michael's up next. And the bar is loaded. Let's go, Michael.
Up next is Michael Harris with 150. Modest 5 kilo jump from 145. Looking to build.
Something I've just noticed is this is the same type of shoe that can't quite recall 100% the name of the lifter who timed out on his last lift due to his heels, and that type of shoe does look like it's a little bit more heely off the ground. So definitely something that lifters have to bear in mind when it comes to being convincing is the type of shoe wear that you're wearing as well.
Yeah, the rulebook does say the foot must remain as flat as the shoe allows.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes shoes, particularly sneakers, have like a curved edging at the back on the heel. So it does look like the heel's raised even when the foot is flat, which doesn't play to the lifter's advantage.
No.
So it's important to pick shoes that are actually flat to, help yourself out. Do yourself a favor. Really nice lift there from Seb. 152.5 in the bank. 3 white lights for him. Now, I heard someone from the crowd yelling dad strength. I'm just waiting when my dad strength is going to come. I'm waiting.
I think your body's just constantly fighting the flu, mate. Just working overtime.
Yeah, dad strength is a myth. Up next, Nick Morrison, 152.5. The man with the mullet himself. It's tied up, and he looks like a caged animal right now. And he's going to be let out of his cage for deadlifts, I believe.
It will get that aerodynamic edge.
Very nice second
For
attempt
me,
bench
it looked
press
like
there
a bit
for
of
Nick.
glute movement, but we'll see if it actually came off the bench.
That's a good lift.
Not enough. He's done well. 3 white
Did
lights.
well, 3 white lights there for Nick.
The glutes can contract, but they just can't clear the bench. Sometimes it can be illusion of the eye when we see leg drive.
Bar is loaded for
Shout out to Lorenzo Dio. Just sent me a message on Instagram. Do you want some lunch? I'm actually good, Lorenzo. Thank you.
Maybe some drinks.
Maybe bring me a Coke.
Me too.
2 Cokes, please.
Next up, we've got Will.
William Freudenstein, 157.5.
Has
5
been-
kilo.
He's been having a textbook day so far.
He's had a great day. Bit of work there on that one. We'll probably see a 2.5 jump for the next one.
That's a good lift. Put it on you. Aaron's up next with 160 on the bar. Is loaded for Aaron. Let's
Up next is Aaron with 160.
Aaron will be definitely looking to secure this second. Eager to get 2 lifts at least after his squat performance.
Bit of work through the middle there for Aaron. 160 is no easy feat.
Also not too dissimilar from his first, though. Very
Yeah,
similar.
he's probably got a little bit left, which is nice to see on the third. You don't want to be maxed out on your second. And where are you going to go on your third?
And 5 loaded for Jade.
Next is Jade, 160. Unfortunately missed his opener on a technicality. Decided to go up anyway, because the strength was definitely there. So he backs his ability to be able to adjust to the referees today, which we love to see. Hopefully his decision to do that is the right one. Looks very comfortable on the platform, very calm. That's a great looking bench press. See what the referees say. He did get 2 reds, and I wasn't quite sure why on the last one. Hopefully, yep, there it is. 3 white lights there for Jade. Really, really nice lifting. Adjusted to the conditions on the day. Made the jump, and he was able to add some extra kilos. So although he missed a bench press, he didn't actually lose any kilos because he probably took the jump that he was going to take anyway. So he's right on track to bench what he was expected to bench. Next up, Merlin. 7.5 jump for him as well. Also attempting 160. Great lifting there for Merlin again. He's having an outstanding day. He's currently 5 for 5. Looks like he's picked a really nice attempt. Building his day across the board very nicely. Next up, Ewan Belgrove, 180. Looking to take his subtotal to 490 kilos with this lift. Now, Jesse's currently in 440. Steph, can you check what Dean's subtotal is?
Currently, Dean's subtotal is 417.5.
417.5 for Dean. So I've got a bit of separation between the top 3 at the moment, or the top 3 projected at the moment. But anything can happen. There's still plenty of lifting to go.
Deadlifts will have the last say.
Good bench press from Ewan, but definitely some work. I wouldn't expect a big jump here from him. Probably just 2.5 kilos for his last one. But he's taken his subtotal to 490. He's got a very comfortable lead over the rest of the competition.
And
So he's in a good spot, Ewan.
that was the goal, I would dare say, for Ewan and his coach to get the biggest subtotal possible because he knows where he lies when it comes to a sea of big pullers. So he's doing well.
He is, and his deadlift isn't small either. He's had issues with his grip in the past, but his deadlift is strong. So I think from here he's going to be tough to beat unless he makes an error.
Come on, Ben.
The other boys will be watching with bated breath to try and pounce. Joseph Wu, 180. He absolutely smoked that one. A lot easier than Ewan's attempt at it, so we'll probably see Joseph take a bigger jump than Ewan. So Ewan has jumped to 185, which will probably test him quite a bit. I dare say we'll see a little bit bigger of a jump from Joseph. Up next, also attempting 180, is Jesse.
He's open a flu.
So this will put his subtotal to 450 as well, which will match Joseph. Jesse's opening 37.5 kilos heavier on the deadlift to Joseph, so don't expect that's going to be much of a battle come deadlifts. But Jesse needs to lock in these extra 10 kilos here on his second bench press at 180 kilos.
Come on, Jesse.
Very nice looking bench press.
Very smooth.
Made it look comfortable. A little bit left in the tank, which is absolutely perfect. And now we've got final attempts for the 93 boys. Paddy Stubbs, 145. Would love to finish off with a made third bench press after missing his third squat and get his day rolling. Unfortunately, just a little bit too heavy today for Patrick, so left with his second squat and left with his second bench press.
So with 145, third bench of the day is Tony.
Competition day is very unpredictable. We never quite know what's going to happen. We can do all the planning in the world, and all the practice in the world, but competition day is the only competition day. You never know what the conditions are going to look like. You never know how strong you're going to be on that day. We never know exactly how strong you're going to be on that day. It's really important that you keep your mind open and you allow yourself to be flexible with your decisions, because stuff happens that you're not going to expect. You need to be willing to adjust.
I think there's also to take into consideration the things you know that you may potentially be faced with, especially the bench press, doing long calls, long practices in your preparation. If you have access to a particular type of bench that you know is going to be used on comp day, these things are tools in the tool belt that can get you that little bit of extra edge.
Definitely. The less variables that we can change on comp day, the more predictable our comp day can be. So it's very, very true. Up next, Tony Mai, 5 kilo jump. Squat at 260. Looking to extend his subtotal to 405. Very nice bench pressing from Tony. 6 for 6 going into deadlifts. 405 kilo subtotal. He will need to deadlift 295 for the magic 700, which I think is probably on his mind, given he's a little bit out of reach for the podium. He's probably just playing his own game, trying to hit some milestones, hit some PBs along the way. Up next, Dean Sabawo, 147.5 kilos, a 5 kilo jump from his second attempt. Like I've said over and over again, these big deadlifters need to take advantage of their subtotal as much as possible, because the more you subtotal, the less you have to deadlift at the end. And he's going to be sitting back waiting, and he's going to pick whatever he needs for the most realistic placing, whether it's for first, whether it's for second, whether it's for third. Unfortunately, a little bit too heavy for Dean, so he missed his third squat, and he's now missed his third deadlift, which makes his life a little bit harder on deadlifts. He does have a huge deadlift, so it may not actually matter, but it might.
Michael now coming out for his third bench press, looking to go 3 for 3 here with 155.
Really great fight there for Michael. Let's see what the referees say. And they love it. They love it as much as we do, Steph. 3 white lights from Michael. 3 for 3 on bench. 5 for 6. And 375 kilos on the subtotal. Really good lifting from Michael. Up next is Sebastian Kratz. 157.5. Looking to add 5 kilos to his subtotal. Take his subtotal to 407.5. He'll probably be eyeing down a 700 kilo total as well. Looking to go 6 for 6. And looks like he's been able to do it, which is really great lifting from Seb. Hey, Steph, is it possible to go 7 for 6?
I mean, do you want me to give me the technical answer? Yes, if they give you a relift.
Well, that would be 7 for 7.
Oh, not if you miss it.
So it'd be 6 for 7 then. It was a what do they call it?
Trick question.
Not a trick question, a rhetorical question. One that requires no answer.
Okay.
Up next is William with 160.
Gets me every time. We've done this in squats already. I should know about it by now.
Yeah, just don't take anything I say too seriously today, everyone. Just here to have a good time.
Here for the giggles.
Will with 160, looking to add another 2.5 to his sub total. Currently at 387.5, so we'll give him 390. And unfortunately, just a bit too much today. But with the 2.5 kilo jump, he hasn't actually lost anything on the total there. So although he's 5 for 6, he's lifted just about as much as he could. So he's in a good position to hit a PB total here. Up next, we have Nick Morrison, the man with the best hair in the building. Better than all the women, easily. But unfortunately, he's got it tied up for bench press for reasons of rules, which I would like amended immediately.
Pick it up with the IPF.
I'll call Gaston tomorrow. Nick Morrison, 160, 7.5 kilo jump from his second. Looking to take his subtotal also to 410. Got quite a few lifters bunched in the 400 to 415 range currently. There's a nice little battle for sort of, the 5, 6, 7 spots. Did a really good job staying under it, staying patient and holding his position in the upper body and just letting it come to the finish.
He fought very well.
Really good lifting there from Nick. And he is 3 for 3 on bench. And his subtotal is 410. Next up, Aaron, 162.5, just a 2.5 kilo jump. His second did slow down quite a bit. So I think this is a good decision. See if I'm right and his coach is right. Unfortunately, just a little bit too heavy there for Aaron. But again, hasn't lost anything on his total there, only taking a 2.5 kilo jump. So not the end of the world there. Next up, we have Jade, 165, so a 5 kilo jump. His second was really smooth. He's very methodical when he gets on the platform. He takes all the time he has to make sure that he's pinpoint perfect. Jade coming out of House of Reps in Canberra, one of the coaches there. Again, using up a lot of his clock. And done an absolutely fantastic job fighting through that bench.
He and Coach Liz obviously very confident in Jade's benching ability to come out with an unfortunate start, hitting a red and then backing it up with, let's see, another
Good lift. It's a good lift.
Great position to end up in after a rocky start.
So he is also at 417.5 on the top though. So we have a lot of lifters bunched in that area, looking to be fighting it out for sort of 4th and 5th and 6th positions. Up next, Merlin Viet. Current subtotal 430. So he's actually in the mix for the podium right now. Deadlift isn't his strongest suit, but he'll be doing as much as he can. A 167.5 kilos. He's looked very comfortable today. We'll see if this is the right call as well. Unfortunately not. It's a little bit too heavy today. 5 kilos was probably the call there, unfortunately, for Merlin.
Just wasn't able to lock it out at that last quarter.
Sometimes you got to risk it
For the biscuit.
for the biscuit. Up next, we have Ewan, Jesse, and Joseph. We've got two 185s and a 187.5 coming up. No bench press records in this weight class. I believe the bench standard is 190. So none of the boys are up quite that high. So Ewan looking to add 5 kilos to his subtotal today to put him to 495. If he deadlifts well, he could get pretty close to 800 kilos today, which would be some fantastic lifting. Imagine we'll see something in the 780 range.
You're right, Hasey. The squat record is 192.5, but Jesse, Joseph, and you are not far off.
The bench. Bench? Unfortunately, no lift there for Ewan, so he's left with his second attempt. And he goes into deadlifts at 5 for 6 with a 490 kilo subtotal. But well in the lead, currently 40 kilos clear of second place, which are the next two boys looking to chip into that gap. Jesse's up next with 180. This will put him momentarily in second place. Sorry, he's already in second place on bodyweight. This will put him 5 kilos ahead of Joseph with a 455 subtotal. Oh, that was so close. Unfortunately, just a smidge too heavy. Fortunately, Jesse's also left with his second bench press at 185. Now, let's see if Joseph can get 187.5 to put himself in second place momentarily.
Jesse left at his bench at 180. Now Joseph is looking to execute this bench press to put himself into fourth position. Well. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is a hell of a fight from Joseph, and unfortunately a little bit too heavy. So those final 3 bench presses were no good. And currently on subtotal, we've got Ewan in the lead at 490. We've got Jesse at 450 with the bodyweight advantage over Joseph also at 450. So we'll take a 10-minute break now. We'll come back with the 83 kilo men deadlifts, which is going to be spicy. So stay tuned. Spicy. Welcome back to session number 2 of Saturday at APA Open Nationals. We're going to hit you with the 83 kilo deadlift session. Now, I'll quickly go over the placings for the 83 currently and where it all stands. So currently Kana is in the lead on 471, followed by James Lee 458 and Jonathan Caruso 441. Then got a couple of deadlifters towards the end of the group who are hot on their heels. So first up we've got Kyle Mackay, 232.5, looking very comfortable. And the referees agree, it's 3 white lights.
David, let's go, Dave.
Up next, David VN, 240 kilos. Looking to take his total to 655. Very, very easy looking opener there for David. Plenty left in the tank there. 3 white lights. Up next, Matthew Leung with 242.5. Now, he's a bit of a subtotal hero here with a 437.5 subtotal, which puts him in 4th on subtotal. But deadlifting at the start of the group makes it hard for him to get onto the podium, but we'll see how he goes. This will give him a 670 kilo total on 1 deadlift. The bar's loaded for Matt. Here he comes. Nice and smooth there for Matt. 242 in the bag.
3 likes, nice start.
Next up, Amir Brown with 260. To take his total to 622.5.
Next up is Amir with 260 on the bar.
Bar's loaded for Amir. Here he comes. Now, we did have a heavy squat opener and heavy bench opener, so we'll see if the deadlift is equally as hard as those ones. Electing for the high belt position. Probably his easiest opener of the day. Good stuff from Amir. Plenty of room in the tank there for the rest of the day. Next up is James Lee, who's currently in 2nd place. Not known for his deadlift, although it has improved lately. This will take his total to 718.
James. Let's go, James.
The most serious James has looked in the approach. He knows that these last 3 are his last 3 chances to cement where he's going to land on that podium if he lands.
Outstanding opener. Lots and lots of room in the tank there, which we love to see.
Really nice and smooth.
So the name of the game for James to get his way onto the podium or get himself as high as possible on the podium is going to be to push the guys who go after him to lift something that they can't lift. So he wants to put himself ideally in first position before they go for their final deadlift. So we'll see how the numbers shake out there.
James has pushed up to 282. For
So he's taking a nice sizable 22.5 kilo jump for his second.
Now we've got Kelvin with his opener, 265.
265 for Kelvin. This will take him to 687.5. Very nice looking opener there for Kelvin.
A really beautiful sumo.
So
Really
he
nice and snappy.
deadlifted 282.5 at state championships, and it was like extremely easy.
Mm-hmm.
And that 265 was great. And those two things together tell me that he's got probably pretty close to 300 today, which is really exciting. We'll see how far he can push it.
Let's see these jumps he takes.
Up next, Jonathan Caruso, 265. Now he has opened heavy today, has had a few misses, was able to make up some ground on his final bench press.
Snagged a record.
Did take the bench press record. This will take him to 706, which will put him firmly in third. Nice and smooth. We've noticed about Jonathan. I didn't know a lot about Jonathan coming into this competition. But something that we've learned is that he moves quite slowly. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just means that he has to know how much is left. Which is, a difficult job sometimes. But hopefully he can find that right balance without tipping over. And achieve the biggest total he possibly can. Here comes Kana, who's currently in the lead. Well, he will be in the lead after this deadlift. 270 for his opener. I know he did 275 in training for a triple. So this will be very easy. As expected, nice and easy for Kana. His total is now 741, which is more than his total at his last competition. And he's only done one deadlift, so awesome progress from him. Let's see if he can keep that moving and get the win today. He's looking like he's in the driver's seat. He's definitely the one to beat now.
It's his to lose.
It is his to lose. Up next is Ian Burns. This will take him to 707.5, which will put him in fifth. He's had a pretty good day today, Ian. He's 5 out of 6 heading into deadlifts. He's given himself a good chance to get on the podium here. See how he can close out the day with the final pulls. Fantastic start from him. Also notice that he's quite a slow lifter. That one looked very, very fast. So that's really good signs for Ian.
Yep. Not lifting related, but he has some great arm tats.
We love tattoos.
Mm-hmm.
Up next, Donovan, 280. Not really a contender for the podium at this point. But he is a bit of a deadlift specialist, so we'll see what he can get on the bar today.
Definitely the smiliest lifter and approach to the bar.
So we love to see positivity out on the platform. Lovely looking opener. Plenty left in the tank. Really good start for Donovan. Pretty white lights. So far, no failed openers. Everyone is looking good. Everyone looks like they've picked a good starting position to build from, which we love to see. Up next, Kyle with 280. Looking to take his subtotal to 687.5. His total to 687.5. There's a lot of lifters bunched in that zone. So it's going to be interesting to see where the placings shake out. It's most likely going to come down to who can make 3 deadlifts. Very nice start from Kyle. 280. Plenty of room in the tank there. And Aiden Potts is up next. 285. Now he's pulled up to 320 before in training. He has had issues in the past with holding onto the bar. Had some thumb rips. He's had some grip issues. Does seem like he has rectified that recently. So I'm hoping he can finally lift his potential on the deadlift. As he is such a great deadlifter, he needs to be using his strength as his strength. So this one should move very fast. And Matty Bartholomew coaching him today is going to put him in the best position possible to land on that podium, somewhere on that podium.
This is his specialty. This is his comfort zone. He's done the work. He's done the best that he can in his subtotal, going 5 for 6. Now it's his job to do 3 for 3, really push himself in this movement. Fill up the gap.
Outstanding start from Potty. And he looked very composed. Sometimes he gets a little bit too hyped, which can throw off his execution. So I think today, if he can stay quite level-headed and focus on executing as opposed to firing himself up,
Yeah.
he knows he's got the strength there for a lot. So if he stays level-headed and he executes, he'll be able to pull through on that. Up next, Tyler, the biggest deadlift opener of the group with 290. Now he's a bit of a dark horse for the podium as well, and for potentially for second place here. So we'll take him to 710.
The power of a big deadlift.
Power of the beard as well. Look at that thing.
Densely
Fantastic.
packed.
Fantastic. James Harden. Nice looking opener. Maybe not quite as fast or smooth as we would like, but still lots of kilos in the takedown. Unfortunately, he's been given 2 red lights. I believe his shoulders were not locked out. He's very close. We'll see if he elects to go up from there. He's definitely got more kilos in the tank. He just needs to rectify that positioning at the top.
On to our second attempts. Spotter's just giving the bar a wipe down, making sure lifters get as much grip, as much of that rough knurling as possible.
Loaded. Let's go, Kyle.
Bars loaded for Kyle. Currently sitting at 612.5 in 12th place. This deadlift won't move him up a placing, but it will add 15 kilos to his total, take him to 627.5.
Stays with it
Very
nicely.
nice looking second deadlift. So just an update on Tyler. He did miss that opening deadlift and he has not elected to go up, so he's going to retake 290, which could mean we see a bigger jump from his second to his third to get him in contention for a placing, or it could mean he's now playing his own game and not worrying too much about where he finishes. Up next, Matthew Leong, 260 kilos. Take him. This will keep him in 8th place. 7.5 kilo jump. Take his total to 697.5. He's done it pretty comfortably. It's definitely a little bit left in the tank there. And unfortunately, 2 white lights. I think that was also for his shoulders not quite being locked out. Just got to the top and didn't quite get them behind the level of the body or the bar. Up next, Up next is David VN.
And the bar is loaded. Let's go, David.
So we'll take his total to 680.
David did a really good job there of staying balanced on his feet. Something that's very important consideration with the sumo pullers, because the feet stay outside the center of mass. Balance is a greater requirement than the conventional partner, so he's done well there. Set himself
That's why
up
us
for a big game.
Neanderthals do conventional.
And the bar is loaded. Let's go, me.
Now we got Amir coming in. He's taken a healthy 20 kilo jump up to 280 kilos.
So we'll take him to 642 and a half.
He's having to work quite hard.
Great fight there, and unfortunately not quite able to lock it out. Not sure if his grip slipped or whether he lost his balance. I believe it was the grip.
He also looked to have locked his knees out quite early, which gives a lot of demand on that hip to extend on its own, which is very hard when you're already quite flexed.
Biomechanics lesson from Stephanie.
And the bar is loaded.
Up next, James Lee, 22 and a half kilo jump, 282.5. I believe this is quite close to a competition PB for him, but as I said before, his deadlift has improved quite a bit. This will take him to 740.5, which will keep him in second place, but a lot closer to Kana than before. Very, very nice deadlift from James Lee. It's nice to see the improvements in deadlift training actually translating to the platform here for him. That's really nice. And well done to James. Next up is Jonathan Caruso, attempting the same load as James. This will take his total to 723.5, which currently has him in third place, only 1.5 kilos behind where Ian is after his second deadlift. So we've got already some jostling for placing happening. Here comes Jonathan. Looked about the same as his last one in terms of speed.
See if they agree.
I didn't
hips
love
were
the
locked
lockout.
out.
I didn't love the lockout. So we'll see if the referees... Yeah, they didn't quite like the lockout there. I think
Hips looked a bit soft.
one of those was for hips, one of those was for shoulders.
Next up,
Definitely got the strength for it. He's just quite... Yeah, just not quite at the standard that we expect here under the IPF rules. Up next, Kelvin Tran, 20 kilo jump to 285. This will take him to 707.5. And then we'll be followed by Tyler, Donovan, Ian, Kana, Kyle, and Aiden. So lots of really big deadlifts in this group. Looking forward to seeing the implications of made and missed lifts on where placings end up. A lot of positions still up for grabs here, with only 1.5 rounds of deadlifts to go. Lovely second attempt there for Kelvin. I think he's good for 300 today. Said that based off of his opener. And I
well done.
affirmed my position there with that second attempt. I thought that was great.
Next up, it's Tyler. Same weight.
Next up, Tyler, 290. He re-attempting this one from a miss. Just didn't quite get his shoulders behind the bar,
And the bar
behind his
is
body
loaded.
on the first one.
Let's go, Tyler.
So let's see if he can rectify and come away with a made lift here. Yeah, he did a much better job getting his shoulders back that time.
Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't be any issues there from the referees. That's really good lifting. Again, lifters being able to adjust to the conditions on the day is of huge importance at high level competitions.
Give the refs what they want.
That's so full credit to Kyle there. Really good adjustment. Let's see what he goes for his third attempt. Quite a few kilos left in the tank there.
Let's go, Jonathan. The bar
Up next, Donovan, 292, 12.5 kilo jump. Thought his second move quite well. See how this goes. little bit of a bobble there at lockout. I'm not sure if the referees are penalising for on that. No, they didn't. They say it was smooth enough.
But
Smooth
they
enough for
still-
them. It's smooth enough for me. 3 white lights for Donovan.
One of those things of just having so much speed and kind of, finding that balance at the top.
Yeah, that's right. Getting the timing right at the deadlift lockout is extremely important. Up next, we have Ian, 17.5 kilo jump. Will take his total to 725. Pretty good there. Again, not too convinced with the shoulders. We'll see what the referees say.
Look,
Just
Look good
one
to me
red
from
for the
this side.
shoulders from Greta Schumacher. So 2's good enough. Ian takes his total to 725, which
Kinda
has him
jumping
in third place.
kind of taking a 25 kilo jump.
So a big 25 kilo jump for Kana. I think if he makes this, this probably closes the door for anyone else. I don't think anyone else can catch him if he makes this one. If he misses, he leaves the door open. Bit of a risk going for 25 kilo jump here.
John must be very confident. Kana's feeling good.
And
I mean, there it is.
absolutely should have been confident because that was unbelievable.
Just
Kana just executing just perfect execution today from Kana.
I mean, look, he's setting himself up for a 9 for 9 day, and that is, what can we say? Other than that's the beauty.
It's the best way to win. He's
Yep.
now at 766 at 83 kilos. With a deadlift to come, we'll see what he puts in. It's quite a lot of room in the tank there. Up next, Kyle, 20 kilo jump from 280 to 300. This will take his total above 700 kilos at 707.5 with one deadlift left in the group. Fortunately, not able to lock out there. I believe his grip was starting to slip, and that was affecting his balance. Was kind of like bending his knees and holding the bar there because he couldn't quite hold it with his hands. So unfortunately, no lift there for Kyle. He's still on 687.5. Hopefully, he can come back and make that on his third. Now up next, Aiden Potts, 305, the biggest deadlift of this group. Only 7.5 away from the national record standard, which I believe we will see broken probably by Kana and then Potsy again in the third round. The bar's loaded for Aiden. This will put him into 7th place. The power of going last is he will get to decide his fate on his final deadlift.
this will be.
So I like
intense.
this. I like this strategy from Matt and Aiden here, and holding back a little bit on the second attempt, and just sitting back and waiting, and then loading what you need at the end. You don't need a heavy second attempt when you can just finish it off with the third. Outstanding looking second attempt there from Mr. Aiden Potts. He's got some kilos left in the tank, which is going to make things really, really exciting for these final round of deadlifts. So after 2 rounds of deadlift, we've got Kana in first place, 776. Got James in second place with 740.5. So I think Kana has run away with it. I can't see anyone catching him from here. Going to have a little bit of a battle between James and Jonathan for second. And then after that, it could be anyone's game.
Let's do a little scoreboard recap for those at home. Just reiterating those positions, predictions.
So Aiden's put in 340 for his final deadlift attempt. That's definitely a bluff. It's definitely a placeholder to make sure that he stays at the bottom of the order, which gives him the chance to sit back and wait and watch and see what everyone else does. So final attempt here for Kyle. $5 kilo jump for Kyle. He did very well to get through that one. 252.5. Locked off for Kyle. 3 white lights. Great lifting, and he finishes with a total of 632.5. Congratulations, mate. So up next we have Amir reattempting 280, which he missed on the previous attempt. Was very close. Believe it was his grip that was going, so we'll see if he can rectify that mistake and finish off with his final deadlift today.
These are all massive pulls. 280 plus.
Let's go, Amir.
It's
For the
pretty
rest
cool
of the
that the
fight.
whole group, you know, all but one lifter are pulling 280 or more in the 83 kilo class. Got some real talent here in the APA. Amir's done much better on that one, but unfortunately that left hand is just opening up and he wasn't able to quite hang on to the bar to get his shoulders back to lockout. So unfortunate finish for Amir. Congratulations on the day, mate. 622.5 kilos for Amir. Up next, Matthew Leong with 280 loaded. This will take him to 717.5, which will put him into not sure what placing.
And the bar is loaded. Let's go.
Bars loaded for Matt. He actually missed his second attempt at 260. Just didn't quite get his shoulders back. So we'll see if he can make up for that mistake here and finish it off on a high. So we'll give him a 717.5 kilo total. He's fighting through it, and unfortunately his right hand just ripped open. We love to see the competitors shake the referee's hands, particularly after missed lifts. Say thank you.
Wave to the crowd. What a guy.
So Matt is unfortunately left on his deadlift opener, which leaves his total at 680. Unfortunately not going home with a medal, but 680 kilos to his name. Well done, Matt. Up next, David VN. This is going to give him a 700 kilo total, which is a big milestone for any lifter of any weight class, but the 83's 700 is very competitive total. So let's see if he can lock over 700 kilos.
Unfortunately, I'd say unfortunately, it's too much sauce. Just not there today.
Just a little bit too heavy today for David. So up next, Jonathan Caruso, 290. This will give him 731, which will momentarily put him into third place, ahead of Ian, Aiden, and Tyler. And we will see how the rest of this shakes out. But this is a pull to go into third for the moment and force the others to beat him.
Let's see if the risk is worth the reward if he gets it after that failed second, where he just wasn't able to fully lock it out.
I don't think there's a lot of risk in this, given it's, in a national level comp.
True.
The goal is to get on the podium and hit
Yep.
no one really cares about hitting PBs if it's, in spite of getting on the podium. So
Yep.
I think this is a good decision
Touche.
to force the other lifters to beat him and push him off the podium.
Yep.
When you are not the best deadlifter, and there's guys coming after you or girls coming after you, you've got to force them to do something. Let's see how he goes here. 7.5 kilo jump. He was able to finish off 282, but not quite to the standard. That one, unfortunately, bobbled at the top. Very unlucky there for Jonathan. Just a few technical issues away from probably being on the podium. So he is stuck in 7th place for now. And James Lee's up next. So this will keep James in 2nd place, but an extra 12.5 kilos makes things a little bit harder for Aiden. So if he makes this, he'll force Aiden to do about 345, 346, which I don't think he can do. So this is a very important lift for James to probably ensure that he wins the silver medal. Obviously pending a few other changes that we could have going on here. James Lee currently in 2nd place, trying to extend his lead in 2nd and stop anyone from stealing his silver medal.
He's looking very in control of his deadlifts. First two, very smooth.
He did pull 300 kilos in training. But obviously he squatted and bench pressed today beforehand, so we'll see how that strength translates to the platform. I'm pretty confident he'll get this one. Smooth as you like. Very, very nice looking
done
deadlift from
wonderfully.
James.
What a wonderful finish
And
for
that
him.
will give him a 753 kilo total, which gives him quite a good lead over Ian and over Aiden. So we can say it now, Kana is the winner of the 83 kilo class. No one's catching him from here. So congratulations to Kana. It does look like James is going to finish 2nd, but we will see if there are any attempt changes here for Ian or for Aiden to try and push one of those other boys off the platform. Does look like Ian's just going to attempt 297.5 to extend his lead to 730, to extend his total to 730. So no change here for Ian. We're keeping the 5 kilo jump in there, so he's going to go from 725 to 730, which will keep him in 3rd place. But again, similar strategy to James. It's going to extend that lead he has on the guys below him. It does look like James is locked in a 2nd. It looks like we're going to have a bit of a scrap for 3rd place to finish. Ian's able to lock out 297. Let's see if the referees liked it enough. They loved it. 730 for Ian. 3rd place for the moment. We'll see if anyone else can top him. Up next, Kelvin Tran, 300 kilos. He's currently in 6th. This lift won't change his position. So when you're...
A lot of 300 kilo deadlifts, a lot of 300 kilo plus.
So this lift actually will put him into 4th place.
That'd be a personal best on comp.
And 300 is a huge milestone, which we all love, which I'm still waiting to hit. So here comes Kelvin for 300. He's going to put him in 4th place.
Huge number to hit. 3
He's going to
digits.
force his own coach to take a different jump to what he'd planned. Kelvin Tran, 300 kilos. Unfortunately, not quite there today. You see that a lot with sumo lifters where, you know, they may do a weight very easily, and then all of a sudden you add 10 to 15 kilos and it's glued to the floor.
Yep.
That's quite normal for sumo lifters, so
That the pull off the floor.
can make it harder to select the right load.
Yep.
So unfortunately, Kelvin, unable to get his final deadlift. He's left on 707.5, so he will finish 6th unless any of these boys will deadlift to beat him.
For Kyle, 300 kilos. Let's go, Kyle.
300 kilos for Kyle, re-attempting his missed 2nd attempt.
He'll be eager to lock this one out. Get the shoulders all the way
This will
behind
take
the
him
back.
from 8th to 7th. But probably more importantly for him, locking in 300 kilos on the platform. Couldn't quite lock it out with the grip on the second attempt. See if he can do better here. Fortunately, not quite there today. So he'll be left on his opener, and his total will finish at 687.5. So next up, we've got Kana. He's the 83 kilo champion. So he's looking to extend his total here to 776. And it honestly looks like he could have done a lot more than 305. I would have liked to see John throw something silly on the bar here. So to reiterate the placings, we've got Kana in 1, got James in 2, currently Ian in 3.
Looking to round off this
Back.
9th attempt with a 9 for 9.
Fantastic day for Kana. 295 flew. Wouldn't be surprised if this was just as easy. A little bit harder, but still very easy. Awesome day from Kana. 305, 776 kilo total. Unbelievable lifting from Kana. He's your 83 kilo APA 2024 national champion.
Sensational
done, mate.
performance, first nationals, and he's won.
And a 41 kilo total PB.
And 9 for 9.
Just his third competition, which is actually unbelievable.
A lot of potential in the future.
He's really, really one to watch in the future. Next up, Donovan Cheng. 305 kilos. This will just take him into 8th place. Probably more about the milestone than anything else. Give him a 697.5 kilo total.
Oh, what a
Yeah, he's done well. Not quite sure about the lockout. I think he might have been a little bit forward on the shoulders.
Looked fine from my angle, but I might be wrong. Oh,
And unfortunately not quite locked out. Very, very close. We've got high standards here with the IPF rules. Unfortunately wasn't quite there.
gave it a valiant crack. He worked really hard to get it off the floor and
Really,
stuck with it.
yeah, really good effort, staying with it, being patient. Next up, Tyler Edmondson, 310. This will take him to 730.
I'm just waiting for what Matty B is going to put on the card for
And this
Aiden.
will put him into 3rd place. So this will put him ahead of Ian Burns on body weight. And then we have one deadlift left where I'm sure Aiden will attempt to beat Tyler. Probably also on body weight. Yeah, also on body weight. Oh, they're the same body weight. Potts will need to do 0.5 more. So Tyler pulling for 730 to put himself on the podium momentarily. 310 kilos.
He needs to lock it out. It needs to be convincing. Is that enough?
Doesn't quite look like it's enough for me.
Let's see what the refs think. It did look the same as a previous deadlift.
Very, very close again, but just not quite there. You have to get your shoulders behind the torso or behind the barbell. And those last two lifters didn't quite do it. So up next is Aiden Potts. This pull will put him into 3rd place on body weight. This will be a PB of 17.5 kilos in the competition for Aiden.
Also a national deadlift record.
And this is the first 83 kilo deadlift record attempt today.
I am excited.
But more importantly, this is for the podium. Aiden has had, as I mentioned earlier, some troubles with 3rd deadlifts.
From the grip perspective.
From his grip, from his hands ripping. He has chances to change the narrative now.
He did
and take his moment and get himself on the podium. Put up a big total, 730 kilos.
He did a very big deadlift in prep. I'd see him pull 320, so it's not outside the question.
And the 305 before this looked great. 17.5 is a big jump, but he's good for it. He's got it in him if he can execute.
Oh, this is big energy here.
Everyone in the room is hoping he gets it.
He's got that
Except
Newcastle.
for Ian Burns.
This is his moment.
As I mentioned earlier, he's had some issues getting a little bit too psyched and being unable to execute. And I think staying calm for him is going to be a positive, and it's going to be the way forward. You can tell he's composed and he's calm and he's ready to execute.
This will be his best result in competition, going 8 for 9.
Oh, and he's not quite able to lock it out with the grip, unfortunately, for Aiden. It's a no lift. And your podium is Kana in first place, James Lee second place, and Ian Burns in third place. Well done to all the 83s. That was a fantastic battle. There's a lot going on there. Hopefully the commentary was able to help you guys understand what was going on behind the scenes with the placings and the attempts. But that was really fun. So let's do the same for the 93s now.
Devo.
That was so close.
That was very close. I think that was the new attitude that Potsy brought into his competitions as of late, and I think it really suited him, and I think you should be really encouraged by that.
Yeah,
it was
there's
a very close.
A lot of positives to take out of it as well.
And it was really close, you know. It would have been a couple of kilos different. His grip didn't look like it was that issue today. We didn't see him tear his hand on that second like we saw last time. And a huge congratulations to Kana. His very first nationals, and he's won it. James Lee coming in at second. Who to finish on third for us today?
Ian was third place with 730. So Potsy's attempt there at the end was to beat Ian on body weight and go get that bronze, which is exactly what the lifter with the beard, what was his name?
Ian? Oh, no, sorry.
Kyle, was it?
Kyle.
Kyle. That's exactly what Kyle was trying to do. So Kyle tried to push Ian off the podium on body weight unsuccessfully, and then Aiden tried to push Ian off the body weight off the podium as well.
But now we've got a big stacked 93 kilo weight class. Starting off with starting off with Michael at 220 kilos.
Okay, the bar is loaded for Michael at 220. Let's go, Michael.
First up, we've got Michael, 220 kilos on the bar.
The deadlift national standard for the 93 kilos is 325. So let's see where we land. By thirds.
I think it will only be Dean who will actually have a crack at that. But again, I think I mentioned this earlier. The records are kind of almost secondary at a competition like this. It's more about what happens with the placing. Like if your attempt that you need for a placing is 5 less than the record, you're not going to risk it for the record. So
It's not.
I think, yeah, as important
It's there.
as important as records are, winning is more important.
Go back! Let's go, man, come on!
Well done.
3 whites there for Joseph with 240.
And the bar is
Up next, Merlin Viet. Merlin Viet, 240. Looking to take his total to 670 kilos. Very nice looking opening there for Merlin. As with all of the openers, we just want to get on the board. In particular with deadlift, if you've got a subtotal on the board, getting an easy deadlift on the board is the way that you have an actual total on the board. And if you don't achieve a lift in either of the 3 categories, It's called bombing, which means you don't receive a total. You actually receive 0. It's very important to make sure that our openers are easy enough that we secure one of each and we are able to actually have a legitimate total. Here comes Patrick Stubbs, 242.5. Fortunately bobbled at the top there. I'm not sure if the referees like that or not. I don't think they will. And they did not. So unfortunately, a little bit of up and down movement there at the top. For all three of the lifts, the squat, the bench, and the deadlift, the bar cannot go down once it's commenced an upward movement. So any dip in the barbell once the bar has started moving up will be a red light.
And the bar is loaded for William. Let's go, William.
Up next is Will, 245 to take his total to 632.5 kilos. Not really in contention for a medal today, just running his own race, trying to hit some PBs on a national platform. A little bit delayed getting to lockout there. I'm not sure if the referees will love that. What would they say? They liked it enough. He did get to lockout. He kind of just took a little bit of a while to get there. Next up, Aaron, 247.5 kilos. It'll take him to 660.
And the bar is loaded for Aaron. Let's go, Aaron.
It appears with the 93s that Ewan is miles out in front. And that it's going to be a fight for second between Dean and Jesse. And it doesn't look like there's anyone else in contention for the podium other than those two. So it'll be a little bit easier to follow what's going on in this group than it was with the 83s with, 6 or 7 guys who could have got on the podium. Makes my job a little bit easier. 247.5 Aaron with lift. 3 white lights. How do you say 3 white lights in Spanish again, Steph?
Tres luces blancos.
I'm not going to try and say it. I just want to hear you say it.
Should I just start commentating in Spanish from here on out? Spanish commentators are
I don't know how many
FIFA World
viewers we
Cup.
have in Spain. It's probably low. But maybe if
Sign
there's
us in the
someone
comments.
out there. Up next, the man with the mullet. He's got the mullet out again. It's 255 for the opener. Take him to 665. And that's a very, very easy opener for Nick.
It is aerodynamic. His nickname is the Flying Mullet, apparently. That is absolutely
I
sensational.
probably could have guessed that. I reckon if you gave me 10 guesses at his nickname, I would have got it.
Put that on a shirt.
The mullet be flying. Up next, Tony Mai, 255. This will take him to 660. There's quite a few lifters bunched up in the sort of 650 to 680 range. Fighting it out for sort of that 4th, 5th spot. Very, very nice looking opener. Tony's had a flawless day. He is now 7 for 7. Hey, Steph, can you do better than 7 for 7?
No.
Good. Good answer.
Ask Chris. Fool me once. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
I got you twice. That was the third one.
Damn, never.
Up next, Seb Kratz, 257.5. This will take him to 665. So again, another one of those lifters bunched up in the middle there. Looking for sort of the 4, 5, 6 spots. I can stumble my words. Very easy from Seb.
Someone that we saw in the squats, very tall gentleman. Much
He
like
is
Kyle.
now 7 for 7 and building a fantastic total.
Keen to see that big jump.
See if he can get close to 700. There's a few guys who are sort of knocking on the door of 700 who might cross that milestone this afternoon, which would be lovely to see.
And the bar is loaded for you.
You and our current front runner. in the weight class, opening
Ewan.
up at 260.
260 for Ewan. This will take him to 750. Now, his winning total at 83 states was 755, which was a PB total. So only 5 kilos below his best total on an opening deadlift. Goes to show how beneficial it has been for him to go up a weight class. And also the improvement that he's made as far as executing goes. Because early in his career, execution really let him down with squat depth, some certain issues on bench press and on deadlift as well. So really growing as a lifter as he grows as a man.
Couldn't have said it better.
So Ewan, 3 white lights there, 750. He's quite a way ahead. After openers, Jesse will be the closest on 727.5, and then Dean on 717.5. So a nice little battle between Dean and Jesse for second, unless Ewan makes a mistake and opens up the door for first. But I don't see that happening based off of how easy his opener was. Up next, Jade, fist bumping every person.
What a man.
What a nice guy. Oh, he's got a pink shoe and a purple shoe. After having pink socks, we love to see it. 265 for Jade. This will take him to 682.5.
He's able to hold such a nice torso position. Looks really comfortable as he wedges himself into the bar and just holds it all the way. Really nice deadlift leverage.
And the fact that he holds it like that, Steph, means he's probably likely to be able to grind through an attempt really well, which means that he's probably got more kilos on the bar than the bar speed would suggest.
Yep.
So that 265, although it wasn't like lightning fast, it was definitely easy, and there's definitely a lot left. So we'll see how much is left. 277.5 for Jesse. So this will put him in second place with 727.5. He has deadlifted 305, so this should be quite comfortable. Lots of room in the tank for him to play with and try to push Dean as far as he can. Really takes the slack out of the bar. Nice, easy lockout there, but it did move around a little bit, which is something to watch when the bar gets heavier. The heavier the bar, the
It looks like
greater.
a bit of calf cramp as well.
Okay. Might need to see some salt tablets at the back. Maybe a rub down.
Yeah, I can see him talking with his coach. He just hobbled off a little bit there, grabbing the calf.
See how that plays out. Dean Sabawo, 300 kilos. Here he comes. Huge deadlift. He was initially going to open at 315. Matt Bartholomew, taking care of him today, has dropped it to 300 to do it similar to what he did with Aiden and just sit back and wait and watch. Expect this one to be extremely, extremely easy. Probably not as easy as I was expecting, but still lots of room in the tank. He has pulled 330 kilos in competition, so he did get one red light there for not locking his shoulders out.
Yep. A little bit of a roll.
Yeah, he'll need to rectify that on the next 2 attempts.
Yep. I think that was a good call to drop that opener based off how that moved.
Absolutely. Still think he's got in the 330 range if he can like groove it really well.
But you just got to give yourself that option.
Yeah, you've got to allow yourself choices. So Jesse's jumped 20. Ewan has jumped 15. Waiting on Dean's attempt to be submitted now as we start the second attempts with Michael Harris at 230. So Dean has selected 320, which is the same jump as Jesse. Although he is 10 kilos behind, might be relying on a miss from Jesse to be able to pull into silver, but we'll wait and see how it all plays out. Michael Harris to the platform now, 230 kilos. Nice 10 kilo jump. He's had a good day today, Michael. He's now 7 out of 8. Looking to go into the final deadlift and cap off his day well.
3 white lines. Next up is Matt Stokes for 245 on the bar. Let's go. On the bar, really.
Nice and quick. Patrick said
Very easy there for Patrick Stubbs.
Let's see if he gets the white lights to get on the board, and he does. He'll be happy with that after that opener going his way.
And the bar is loaded for Aaron.
Yeah.
Up next, we have Aaron attempting 255.
Aaron,
Not quite sure what's happening here, what the delay is. The
does
time
Dave?
is just going down. He might be one of those people who has a very quick setup, so he just takes his time.
I don't know if his coach
Or-
Dave knows, because Dave's just having a chat.
Maybe he's not coming out for it.
It might look like that way. They have to let it time out. I mean, I can see him right there.
Interesting.
That's a bit.
Okay, that's time. And up next, the 250.
Maybe he's also taking the strategy of getting an extra little bit of time under the belt so that he can get a third.
I am not sure what just happened. Maybe we will find out.
Bar is loaded for Joseph.
Okay, so Aaron's actually out the back in the warm-up area, taking off his soft suit. So I think he's just done for the day. It is the sportsmanlike thing to do, to put in an attempt and allow your other competitors to keep that extra minute of rest between their attempts. As Joseph nails his second attempt at 257.5, and that is 3 white lights, which takes his total to 707.5, which puts him in 4th place. So perhaps Joseph could be someone to push Dean or Jesse off the podium if there is a miss here on seconds. If Dean and Jesse make their seconds, I can't see anyone pushing them off the podium. And it will just be a fight between the two of them to see who comes second and who comes third. Merlin Viet to 57.5. A nice 17.5 kilo jump, giving him a total of 687.5. 2 white lights, 1 red for not locking out. Appeared to be quite close. Up next, 265 kilos for Will, to take his total to 652.5. And the bar is loaded for Will.
Just go with that. Will taking a 20 kilo jump here for his second. Let's see if the refs like that lockout position. Otherwise, strength was not an issue. He's gotten the 2. That's all he needs. Just 1 red on shoulder lockout. Left-hand side. Next up, we have Nick taking a 15 kilo jump to his second. Just coming off the back of 3 successful bench presses, so a lot of momentum here. First looked really easy. Very nice and snappy conventional lockout. Looks happy with that.
272.5 on the bar is Tony.
Up next, Tony Mai,
And the bar is loaded for Tony.
270. 272.5, my mistake. So he'll take his total to 677.5.
Very cruisy second.
Nice looking deadlift there from Tony. A little bit of room left in the tank for the third. We'll see what he throws on there. Probably ends up a little bit short of the 700 kilo milestone that I was talking about, but he'll get quite close. Next up, Sebastian Kratz, 275. So give him 282.5. Sorry, 682.5.
And the bar is loaded. Let's go, Sebby.
Seb's been the same in all his attempts. Really cool, calm and collected. Eyes always focused on the bar as he approaches it.
He's executed really well today. See if he can continue that. Finish off with a 9 for 9 day. Good looking 275.
He does well handling that slight bit around of rotation that happened from left to right. It was still convincing in getting both shoulders behind the bar and locking it out completely.
So he's now actually in 6th position. And up next, Ewan Belgrove
And the bar is loaded. Let's go, Ewan.
with 275. This will take his total to 765, which would be a 10 kilo total PR. And his first meet back in the 93 kilos in a couple of years. So if he makes this one, he is well and truly untouchable. It's a bit of work there. I don't know how much is left. See if the referees like it.
And that's 3 1.
They do like it. It's 3 white lights, so that takes him to 765. Now, interestingly enough, I actually think Jesse and Dean are within
Reach.
striking distance of Ewan. Just. It will depend if Ewan makes his final deadlift or not. But Ewan is now 765. After second attempts, Jesse will be 747.5. And Dean will be 737.5. So it's not as far away as I thought. The game's still on for all 3 podium spots.
It really will come up to Jesse and Dean hitting their seconds.
And we'll see how it looks after their seconds, if they've got much in the tank.
Once again, Jade really holds that beautiful
Really, really nice.
position.
Really nice deadlift from Jade. He's putting together a nice day after having a couple of early misses. He's starting to string together some lifts. So he did miss his second squat, came back and hit the same weight, which tells me it's a bit of a misgroove. He did have his opening bench press disallowed due to a butt lift, came back and made the next 2. Now he's made 2 deadlifts, so he's actually had a great day. Despite being 6 for 8, he's actually had a better day than what the score sheet would kind of tell you. Up next, Jesse, 297.5, 20 kilo jump. He has deadlifted 305 before. Will be a big ask to get ahead of Ewan from here. But unpredictable stuff has happened all weekend, and it may continue to happen.
We've seen absolute sends.
We have seen the big favourite in this weight class not even make weight. He is not even here. What else is going to happen in the 93s? Comes Jesse, 297.5. That looked very, very good for him.
Very nice.
There's plenty of room in the tank there for him.
He's handled that little calf cramp well.
And he's got one red. I'm not quite sure what that was for. So that red light was actually for not locking his knees and hips from the right official on the platform.
Our biggest deadlift, just 5 kilos underneath the national record standard here for Dean, looking to go 320 on his second.
Adding 20 kilos to his total. Take his total to 737.5, which is only 10 behind where Jesse is now.
I want to
think
say
that one was-
lockout position was better than his first.
I do. I think that one was actually better than the first one. Again, one red, but all you need is 2 whites. So Dean's doing the bare minimum with a whole lot of weight.
Matty B are tracking the deadlift rollers. And let's see what third he's put on.
So Jesse's put in 310, which would give him 760, which is 5 kilos less than what Ewan currently has of 765. Jesse is the lighter lifter. So if Ewan misses, Jesse would need 315 for the win. So Jesse and his coach will be hoping that Ewan misses his final deadlift. We'll see whether Ewan realizes how close it is and whether there may be a change down to push Jesse. But if Ewan makes his final deadlift, it would be 325 for Jesse, and I don't think that they would risk that. So a couple of ifs, if this then that going on here, and
It
we'll
is
have
close.
to wait and see what happens, and I'll let you know how it's all shaking up as we go.
Shaken up to be a little bit closer than anticipated.
Yeah, it is. And Dean has put in 350. That's definitely a bullshit placeholder from Maddie. Apologies for my language.
Little honky.
Final attempt for Michael Harris today. So we'll give him a 610 total. And he's locked it out. See if the referees like it. Look good to me.
Came out nice and aggressive, gave it absolutely everything.
And it's
And
3
he's
white
been
lights.
rewarded.
Next we've got Aaron, who we know isn't coming out. So we will have a minute of nothing. Steph, while we have a minute of nothing, can you tell everyone a joke?
I'm not a comedian on the spot. It just comes to me naturally. Okay, you can't put me under pressure. It just flows as I go.
Yeah, righto.
Where's your dad joke? Father of 2.
I've been making jokes for 4 hours now.
I was going to say you are a joke, but maybe that's...
It's true.
And the bar is loaded for Aaron. Let's go, Aaron.
Don't expect Aaron comes out for this one. He didn't come out for a second. Yep, he's not coming out. So we do have to wait the 60 seconds. Like I said earlier, it is the right thing to do as a competitor from a sportsmanship perspective to not actually come out, but submit an attempt, because you can choose to scratch your attempt, which means you just get scratched off the list and your name won't pop up, so they won't have the 60 seconds. But yeah, giving the rest of your competitors that same minute of rest and the same breaks between lifts is good sportsmanship. So good from Aaron. He will finish today on a 660 kilo total and currently in 10th place pending any final deadlifts that would push him any lower. So well done to Aaron. And next up, we will have Joseph deadlifting 265, which would give him a 715 kilo total and keep him in 4th place. Extend his lead in 4th place over Jade, who is in 5th place, by an extra 7.5 kilos, which would force Jade to take an attempt. Probably doesn't want to for his final deadlift. So we'll see whether these lifters are kind of vying for every placing and whether they are looking at finishing 4th instead of 5th, or whether they're just trying to aim for PBs now. But Joseph coming up for 265, so give him 715 total. Got a lot of support here in Newcastle. He's done very well to get through. That's great attempt selection. Looks good to me. 265. And 3 white lights. 715 for Joseph. Really, really good lifting today.
Come out 3 for 3 on deads.
He went 8 for 9. Great day. Only missing his final bench press, which was the biggest bench press attempt of the session. Merlin V at 270. This will give him a 700 kilo total on the nose. Big milestone for any lifter and a good total in the 93 kilo class. Oh, no, sorry, this is Patrick Stubbs. 20 kilo jump for Patrick. This will give him a 630 kilo total.
It's fired up.
Done very well there. So after a little bit of a hiccup on his opener,
He's recovered very
he's
well.
recovered well and he's added 22.5 to his opener to finish with a 630 kilo total PB. Sure he'll be happy with that. Pretty good day for Patrick Stubbs. Merlin V at 270. The round number of 700 kilos on the dot on the total if this lift is successful. So probably a lot riding on it for him personally. He'll be looking to clock over that milestone and tick that box. This will also put him into 5th place. He is fired up. Spent the most of the day being quite relaxed,
He always loves a bit of a hype on his last lifts.
but sometimes you can see people have different approaches to different lifts, and oftentimes deadlift is the one where people get the most hype for. Unfortunately, just a little bit too heavy today for Merlin. He may have lost consciousness there, but I think he's okay. Walking off on his own.
Spotter's right there with him if he needs it.
A big day for Merlin. 7 for 9 and a 687.5 kilo total. So good lifting today from Merlin. I'm sure he'll be happy with his performance.
Let's go, Vivian.
Will coming out now to
Miles
round
loaded
off
for
his
Will.
deadlifts. Looking to go 3 for 3 with a 272.5.
So we'll take his total to 660. Playing his own race here. Not quite in contention for the podium. I'm sure this 660 total was roughly what his goal was coming today. Unfortunately, he's not able to lock that out. Grip was going, which makes it hard to lock the shoulders back when the grip's going.
Also looked like he locked out his knees a little early. Again, what we talked about earlier, makes it really hard when you're quite a flex lifter to extend the hips. So you really got to be extra patient, or it's just a matter of that hip extension strength.
So Ewan's up next. He's in first place with 765, and he's actually dropped his attempt down, which I think is really smart. He's putting an extra 5 on his total, which I think takes Jesse a little bit out of contention. Jesse would need 320 to beat Ewan from here if Ewan is successful at this one. So I think this one will actually almost guarantee Ewan the win, unless we see a big Hail Mary deadlift jump from Jesse or Dean.
He needs to get it, though,
He does.
to put the pressure on those two to do that Hail Mary.
Exactly right. And when you're not the bigger deadlifter, we've said this before, but when you're not the bigger deadlifter, you need to put pressure on those after you. And you need to force them to take something that they don't want to, or just force them to make a lift.
It gets away from him. He's pulled it back.
Unfortunately, it's a little bit heavy today, so 275 is all that Ewan will have.
He's had a
And
very strong
he
day.
is at 765.
Just got a little bit away from him off the floor. He tried really hard to bring it back.
So where it stands right now, Ewan's at 765 and he's done. Jesse's in second at 747.5, and Dean's in third at 737.5. Jesse would need 315 for the win. Dean would need 300 and heaps.
Sounds about right.
I'll do the maths in a second. Here comes the flying mullet. Nick Morrison, 280 kilos for a 690 kilo total. He's had a good day today, Nick. He is 7 out of 8, looking to make it 8 out of 9. And he's fought well through the middle of that one, held his position nicely, Very convincing lockout. The referees will like that. That will be 3 white lights. And that will take him to a total of 690, which will put him in 8th position.
Looks very stoked with that. He and his
Sorry, that
coach.
moved him into 6th place. My apologies. So Sebastian Kraut's 10 kilo jump. Take him from 682.5 to 692.5. This will put him into 6th position. A little bit short of that 700 kilo goal, but very, very close if he makes this.
Puts fire in the belly for next time.
Bars loaded for Seb.
Opportunity for Seb to have a textbook 9 for 9 day.
Everyone in his corner. His wife and kids have driven down from Victoria to watch him put on an absolute 9 for 9 clinic and finish it off with a 285 deadlift, which is 2 white lights. It's enough. 692.5 for Seb. Good lifting. Next up, Tony Mai. 285 to give him 690. So these next 2 lifts don't have any bearing on the podium. The 2 after that will absolutely shake things up. So I'll update you with the importance there. Jesse has changed his attempt to 315, which will put him ahead of Ewan if successful. But let's keep an eye on Tony here. 285, his final lift of the day. He has had a stellar day. He's 8 for 8. He's looking to make it 9 for 9. Steph, you can't do better than 9 for 9, can you?
Nope.
Done well, hold position. It's locked it out very nicely, very convincing again. Really, really good lifting from Tony Mai.
It's a really nice to watch sumo as well. Everything happened in great succession.
A fantastic day for Tony. Really just lifted within himself the whole day. Finished off very close to the limit on all 3 lifts, which is just about as much as you can ask for. Finishing with a 690 total. He'll be really happy with that day.
Now we've got Jade pulling 290.
290 for Jade. This will take him over 700 kilos to 707.5. The bar is loaded for Jade. See if he can finish off his interesting day. He's had an interesting day. He's had a good day. He's had an interesting one. And we'll see if he can finish it off in a real positive note.
Coach Liz Craven getting rowdy.
290 for Jade.
Fist bumps to everybody.
Fist bumping everyone.
This is his moment. First time we've really seen Jade get aggressive and vocalize it.
And he's done a fantastic job holding his position. We said that on the first one that it wasn't quick, but he held his spot really well and that he'd be able to fight in that position. And he did exactly that on the 3rd attempt. 290 kilos, knock it over. Outstanding way to finish off his day. 707.5 kilo total.
That's such a nice
Now,
position.
next up, we've got Jesse. This will put him into 1st place.
That's wild.
Now, that miss from Ewan could potentially prove costly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's opened the door for Jesse to attempt this.
Would this be would this be a PR?
This is a 10 kilo PR for Jesse on the deadlift and will be, I believe, 12.5 kilo PR on the total. This is huge. And, we've seen a lot of upsets happen over the course of this weekend. Jesse's done an outstanding job of making lifts. The crowd is behind him. Everyone's here to support him.
If you could see the amount of people out of their seats, could hear the volume.
This
in
is
the gym.
enormous.
Enormous. People want Jesse to win. This would be his first time getting on the podium, let alone winning the weight class.
Let's see how he goes. Off the floor.
It's off the floor.
It's at the knees. And unfortunately, it's a little bit too heavy today for Jesse. But it's a national event. And today is the only day where you could become the 93 kilo national champion. And you have to do it. You have to risk
You
the
have to go
PBs
for
for
it.
the win sometimes.
Absolutely.
It may have been a little bit above what they had planned for at the start of the week or the day. But, you know, on the day, sometimes you got to go for it. Sometimes when the win is there, when the opportunity is there to win, you have to give it a crack. So big shout out to Jesse for having the confidence to actually attempt a weight that big, a big 10 kilo PB. Shout out to his team for putting that on the bar. This is what powerlifting's all about. It's all about actually winning.
It's a little bit of it's confidence, but it's also a little bit of bravery to just try, to really push yourself outside that comfort zone. Like you said, maybe it was beyond the reach, but had really great momentum leading into that last deadlift. So big kudos to him, and definitely one to watch in the 93s ahead.
And what that miss actually means now is that Dean has a chance to overtake Jesse on the podium for second. So had Jesse taken a smaller jump and locked in his second place, he potentially could have locked in the silver medal.
National
But
record,
Dean
yeah.
is now able to attempt 330.5 for a national deadlift record
This is
and for the silver.
This would also be the biggest deadlift we've seen yet in the competition.
This would be the biggest deadlift of the weekend. For the silver, Dean Sabawo. It's got it up. Has he locked it out? Are they going to be happy enough with that? Let's see what the referees say. Was a little bit scrappy at the top.
Pitch, I reckon.
And unfortunately, not quite there today for Dean. Just a little bit scrappy.
Same a bit, because if you look at that replay, the replay's gone.
And not quite to competition standard there for Dean. So the podium looks like you in first place, 765. Second place, Jesse, 747.5. Third place, Dean, 737.5. So very close from 1 to 3 in the 93s. And that was a fantastic session of lifting. That is it from Steph and I here at Wars End Diggers.
We are going to be kicking off with the 105s in about 45 minutes. So don't stay too far away. The night is young. We've got the big boys coming up. Thank you so much for joining us. We hope you've enjoyed yourself. See you next time.